karena kecapan. Karena
A happy good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the third International Conference on Management, Engineering, Social Science, ICMESS 2023 hybrid conference scheduled to be held on 6th April 2023, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. Now, I'm going to explain about IFERP. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is the preeminent body that has brought technical innovation and development of science and technology. IFERP Forum consists of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is a no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research paper in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazines. About conference. One of the primary motives of this third International Conference on Management, Engineering and Social Science to be held in the Delhi on the 6th April 2023 to the innovative discoveries in terms of countering conventional challenges faced in everyday engineering activities and technologies. Technology is progressing at a very fast pace, which currently is heavily on the earth bounty of natural resource and causing seriousness damages to our environment. The price of this large-scale and mass explanations in all forums of daily life is being paid for in the forum of climate change and damage to the environment. Today, dangerous pollution levels and global environmental degradation endangers the very existence of life on our planet. Now, more than ever, there is an urgent need of professionals from all sectors of engineering and science to come together and work together to find sustainable solutions to sustain economic growth without the harming the environment in any way whatsoever. It is unquestionably necessary to devise new strategies and improve technologies that are environmentally self-sustaining, scientific discoveries and technology innovations to meet the demands of the waste management, energy sector, the manufacturing sector, industrial automation, transportation, and other sectors. Must now focus on the ecological footprint. This conference will cover topics from diverse disciplines to distill their innovative schemes for sustainable growth. Now, I would like to welcome our all honorable dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome our beloved keynote speaker, Dr. Ermiles Luzima Metildo, Associate Professor, 3, Director of Income Generating Projects, Surgio del Sur State University, Tandang, Philippines. Next, Dr. Gurmeet Singh, Vice Principal and Head, Department of Mathematics, General Shivdev Singh Diwan, Gurbajit Singh Khalsa College, Patiala, Punjab, India. Dr. A. Abdul Rashid, Director, School of Computing Science, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Coimbatore, India. Next, I would like to welcome our all session chairs. Dr. B. Dhanuja, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Sri Sairam Engineering College. And Dr. N. Suganya, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Sri Sairam Engineering College. Next, Dr. V. Sasireka, Professor, Management of Sri Sairam Engineering College, Chennai. Thank you for joining us and impacting that expertise with us. I will also take this opportunity to welcome all our technical session chairs and presenters from reputed College of India as well as founded abroad, who has spread their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ermi Lex Luzima Metildo Associate Professor, 3, Director of Income Generating Projects, Surgio del Sur State University, Tandang, Philippines. Our resource speaker is currently the Director of Income Generating Projects at the Northeastern Mindanao State University of Tandang City, Surgio del Sur, Philippines. She began her career as a pioneering microfinance account officer at Cantalian Bank INC and was later appointed head of the microfinance program for the year 2006. As a certified micro enterprise access to banking services technical resource specialist in Mindanao, she has worked in the banking sector specializing in microfinance for 7 years. With her passion of continuing education, she pursued further studies and obtaining her doctoral studies at the University of San Jose Recoletos and Cebu City, earning the degrees of Doctor of Business Administration and Doctor of Management with a major in Human Resource Management at the University of San Jose Recoletos and Cebu City, Philippines. She was promoted to Dean of the College of Business and Management and is now the Director of the Income Generation Project, IGP, at the university. At the moment, she is also Associate Professor in the same university graduate and undergraduate programs as Certified Human Resource Associate. Aside from being the Associate Professor and Director of IGP at the university, she also performs the functions of researchers, community organizer, and alumni coordinator. She received awards such as Outstanding and Distinguished Alumni Award 2018 was awarded by the Surgio del Sur State University Alumni Association. Cost Economy Measure Award for 2020 and 2021 and 2022 was awarded by Northeastern Mindanao State University. Topmost Faculty Library User 2020-22 awarded by the Library Office of Northeastern Mindanao State University. She is an active member of Regional Quality Assurance Team, Agency of Chartered Colleges and University in the Philippines, and a recognized member of the Professionalized Corps of Test Administrator by the Civil Service Commission. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. It's afternoon, 1:30 here in the Philippines. To the organizer, which is IFERP, or Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, or IFERP, academic partners, presenters, researchers, and guests in this third International Conference on Management, Engineering and Social Science, or ICMESS, or ICMESS. A pleasant day to everyone.
Share your screen and video, ma'am. We are not able to see you.
I do not have a screen. I only have a message.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a holiday here in the Philippines. It's our and we have no work for today. With the transition from the pandemic to the post-pandemic era, research has explored more things from idea creation to products of technology and innovation through collaborations and sharing of best practices. Researchers around the globe are more active and inspired to do more research and have more social relevance. The crucial role of research in today's and tomorrow's world is undeniable. We appreciate how research enabled to respond and to provide solutions to various problems. In our quest for improvement or continued improvement and quality life, research stands as a paramount tool to address specific current and future needs, risks, and opportunities. Academic institutions nowadays are required to conduct research as part of their fourfold functions with essence and heart. It is inspiring to say that everyone should learn to love research. The Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, Commissioner of the Philippines, Commissioner Prospero de Vera, once said, research and innovation at state universities and colleges should not just be about paper presentations, journal articles, conferences, and grant applications. We must make sure that research always serves the people, if not directly, then intentionally. Quality research deals with privileged information, and the quality assurance of research begins with the writer. Control begins with the judges. Okay, so research or the future of research based on the study of Thomas Barlow in the year 2019 for Australian universities entitled The Future of Research, an Overview to 2040 or 2040, it looks as if there will be advantage if research will be aiming to empowered, globally facing, selective, technological, persuasive, and adaptable. Empowered research is something that is high in scale, more research intensive, and better equipped to invest their own resources and make their own strategic choices. Globally facing is deeply networked internationally and engaged most especially with partners in countries with strong economies. Selective about the subfields in which they specialize, how and where to publish so as to maximize global perceptions about the quality of their output. Technological research must also be technological, meaning active both in developing breakthrough technologies and adapting new technologies to transform research practice. Persuasive is not merely relying on today's fashionable capabilities, but able to create compelling cases for investment in other areas. And research must also be adaptable and is able to adjust positively and opportunistically to technological, scientific, social, political, and geographical changes. There are several projections as to what research will look like in 2040. This is the case of Australian University. And it is projected that as to research expenditure, the projected research system will increase higher, 60 to 100% than it is today. As to the main source of funding, it is projected, according to the study, that it will be paying more of its research using its 50%, by 50% to 60%, using the fund of the university. And as to external sources of research income, governments will continue to account for majority of its research universities' income and will be active in politically fashionable fields. Universities, it is also projected that it will be more focused on research as they are on teaching. It will be more teacher-focused and research-focused. Talking about competition and collaboration, as to the global competition, the projection is the number of research active universities will soon get higher. The number of research active universities currently operating at low scale will shift to undertake research at high scale. Okay, so the global research literature will also double, producing a new disciplinary fragmentation, stronger linguistic national and regional networks, and increasing non-volume based markets markers of research excellence as journal reputation, peer recommendation, and collaboration patterns. In terms of international collaboration, it is projected that universities' research output will involve an international co-authorship. European institutions as the dominant regions. It is part of the projection, according to the study, that North America will still be the leading region for high impact research, followed by East Asia. European institutions will remain influential, but with reduced significance on the world stage. Based on the study, India and Southeast Asian nations will have a rising influence as the dominant region. In terms of trends in knowledge and production, the technological domain will share an equal significance in the literature, alongside physical sciences and life sciences. And while medical and health sciences will entrench its dominant position. Research groups will be leading a new paradigm based on automation and compute-intensive approach to experimentation, observation, and analysis. As to the government also, it is projected that the government priorities will include many that are quite different from those of today. There will be inspiring a host of newly fashionable initiatives, new forms of advocacy from within from the research community. What about the intellectual fashion? Intellectual trends will come and go with increasing rapidity, with high impact trends will become more important than ever, and professional judgment will be more valuable than ever. It is projected that it may also introduce more multidisciplinary structures, but will have greater subdisciplinary specialization. To the participants of this third conference, the world needs researchers who are passionate about research and can solve not only simple but also complex problems with the end goal of assisting humanity, while also protecting and saving the environment. We cannot compromise quality in order to achieve quantity for a better life and not to make life complicated. Let us consider whether the research we conduct is aligned with the kind of world we want to live in now and in the future. Research requires passion, empathy, and competence. The desire to identify and fill in the gaps, to establish the relevance, novelty, impact, urgency, or contribution to society. It is not the strong, according to the one of the, may I leave you one quotation? It says that it is not the strongest that will survive, nor the a quotation from Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest nor the intelligent that will survive, but it is someone who is adaptable to change. With the new dawn of globalization upon us, we need to act quickly and decisively to manifest a future worth creating. The only way to achieve this is through adaptability. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to congratulate the organizer, IFERP, the academic partners and presenters, both from the academic and business government, from both business and private sectors, and this third International Conference on Management, Engineering, and Social Sciences. Thank you also for inviting me as one of your resource speakers, and more power to you, Hiraya Manawari. May your dreams come true.
Thank you, Dr. Enmi, for your wonderful speech today. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Gurmeet Singh, Vice Principal and Head Department of Mathematics, General Shivdev Singh Diwan Gurbhajan Singh Kashala College, Patiala, Punjab, India. He have 85 research papers and 20 books in his credit, delivered keynote address in Oxford, Bangkok, Paris, Kathmandu, Udaipur, Chandigarh, and many more places worldwide. More than 15 invited talks worldwide, awarded with 9 international awards from various institutions from USA, Andhra Pradesh, Chandigarh, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and Muslim Professional Association, London, etc. Delivered more than 60 extensions lectures in many cities of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Delhi, Ranchi, Chandigarh, etc. Created YouTube channel Knowledge Entertainment and produced more than 225 videos on mathematics, astrology, mental health, memory skills, Bollywood unknown facts. I welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank IFERP.
Just a minute, sir. Enmi ma'am, stop screen sharing, na? Yes, switch on your video.
First of all, I'd like to thank IFERP, who has given me this opportunity to deliver a keynote address to you all research persons, valuable people. What the topic I'm going to deliver today is Paquet-Shago inequality for different class and its subclass along with its extremal function. So should I share my PPT now?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible now?
Yes, visible.
Okay. My topic, what I'm going to deliver today is Paquet-Shago inequality for subclasses of a new class of analytic functions. So first of all, I'll explain what the geometric function theory is. It is the study of univalent and multivalent functions along with their coefficient inequalities like Hankel determinant, Paquet-Shago inequalities, and their extremal functions. We'll introduce here a new class of analytic functions, and its subclasses will obtain sharp upper bounds of the functional A3 minus mu A2 square, which is known as Paquet-Shago inequality. For this analytic function, fz is equal to z plus summation an z power n with mod z less than 1 belonging to these classes. First of all, I'll define analytic functions, univalent functions, and the history of univalent functions and coefficient inequality as well. Let A denote the class of functions of the form fz is equal to z plus sigma an zn, which are analytic in the unit disk containing all those complex numbers z whose modulus is less than 1. Let S be the class of functions of this form, which are analytic and univalent in this disk unit disk E. In 1916, Beaverback proved that mod A2 is less than or equal to 2 for the functions fz belonging to these classes S. In 1923, Lohner proved that mod A3 is less than or equal to 3 for the functions fz belonging to these classes. Now, with these estimates of A2 and A3, it was natural to seek some relations between these two coefficients for the class S. Paquette and Shago used Lohner's method to prove the following well-known result for the class S. He proved that if fz belong to the class, then mod of A3 minus mu A2 square is less than or equal to maximum of 3 minus 4 mu mod and 1 plus 2 e raised to the power minus 2 mu upon 1 minus mu for every mu which is greater than or equal to 0. This inequality played a very important role in determining estimates of higher coefficients for some subclasses, which were done later by Chichra and Bavalola. Let us now define some subclasses of S. We denote by S star, the class of star-like functions belonging to these class, which satisfy the condition that real part of z, g dash z upon gz is greater than 0. And we denote by K, the class of univalent convex functions belonging to these class, and they satisfy the condition that real part of z h dash z, and again its derivative divided by h dash dash is greater than 0. Singh, Sarwa, and Mehrok introduced the class of inverse star-like functions, gz belonging to this class, satisfying the condition z fz divided by 2 times integral 0 to z fz dz greater than 0. Before this class, all the classes were defined based on differential coefficients of z and fz. It was the first class which was defined on the basis of integral, and it unlike star-like functions, it was inverse type of star-like functions. And in other words, we can say that z fz divided by 2 integral fz dz is subordinate to 1 plus z upon 1 minus z, and this class we denoted by S star inverse. The subclasses of S star inverse consisting of these functions and satisfying the condition this is less than or subordinated to 1 plus az upon 1 plus bz was denoted by S star inverse AB. And this symbol here, subordination symbol, is given here, which we are going to define now. P-valent functions are those functions which assume no value more than p times in the class of the functions fz belonging to AP and satisfying the condition as z fz divided by p plus 1 times the integral of fz subordinated to 1 plus z upon 1 minus z and is denoted by SP star inverse. These functions were called p-valent inverse star-like functions. In this paper, in this talk, in this keynote address, we will deal with the particular subclass SP star inverse AB. And this subclass SP star inverse AB consists of those functions which satisfy the condition z fz upon p plus 1 fz integral is subordinated to 1 plus az upon 1 plus bz, where minus 1 is less than or equal to b is less than or equal to a is less than or equal to 1. We'll also deal with SP star inverse AB delta, where we'll introduce another parameter delta on the right side of the subordination function, and it will become 1 plus az upon 1 plus bz raised to the power delta. And when we substitute delta is equal to 1, we'll get the original result for the class SP star inverse AB. Now we define the principles of subordination, which I stated earlier. The principle of subordination says that if fz and capital Fz are two functions analytic in the unit disk E, then small fz is said to be subordinated to the function capital Fz if there exists a function wz analytic again in the unit disk E, satisfying the condition that w of 0 is 0, mod of wz is less than 1, that means wz is bounded, and small fz is capital F times wz for z belonging to E, and we write fz is subordinated to fz, what we have used in the previous slides. Another thing is that by U, we denote the class of analytic bounded functions of the form wz is equal to sigma dn zn for WZ is 0 is equal to 0 and WZ mod is less than 1, that means the WZ function is bounded. And it is well known result that mod of D1 is less than or equal to 1 and mod of D2 is less than or equal to 1 minus mod D1 square. Now the main result what we are going to, if the function belongs to this class S star inverse AB, then the Peckaday-Shago inequality takes this form, which you can see on the screen. And the results are sharp. The results are sharp means there exist functions which make this inequality to equality. There is a function which makes inequality part 1 and part 3 to the equal to sign, and there is a function which makes second inequality to the equation part. By definition of S star inverse AB, we have that alpha times ZF dash Z upon FZ plus 1 minus alpha times ZFZ upon 2 times integral FZ dZ is equal to 1 plus AWZ upon 1 plus BWZ. Here we have used subordination part. And if we expand this and identify the terms, that means compare the terms from both sides, the value of A2 will become 3 times A minus B upon 2 alpha plus 1 C1. And similarly, we will get the value of A3, which is here on the screen in equation 2.6. Using these two values of A2 and A3, we can obtain A3 minus mu A2 square is equal to 2 times A minus B upon 3 alpha plus 1 C2 plus 9 times A minus B square upon 2 alpha plus 1 square. In the bracket, you will get 2A minus B 7 alpha plus 2 minus 2B 2 alpha plus 1 square divided by 9 3 alpha plus 1 A minus B minus mu times C1 square. And taking modulus both sides, we know that mod of A plus B is less than or equal to mod A plus mod B. So right hand side will become less than or equal to, and the mods will be split. And this simple calculations, we can take this inequality in the first part when mu is less than or equal to 2 times A minus B 7 alpha plus 2 minus 2B 2 alpha plus 1 square divided by 9 3 alpha plus 1 A minus B. The result will become mod of A3 minus mu A2 square is less than or equal to, you can see in the result 2.8. Similarly, it's sub case when mu is less than or equal to 2 times A minus B 7 alpha plus 2 minus 2B plus 1 2 alpha plus 1 square divided by 9 3 alpha plus 1 A minus B. This inequality will take the form which is given here in the inequality 2.9. Similarly, we'll get subcase 1b, and here this functional mod A3 minus mu A2 square will be less than or equal to 2 times A minus B upon 3 alpha plus 1. And in the case 2, in case 1, we have taken mu less than or equal to the quantity, and in case 2, we take that mu is greater than or equal to the same quantity. The result will become what is shown here in the screen as inequality 2.11. In the subcase 2a, taking mu to be less than or equal to 2a minus b 7 alpha plus 2 minus 2 times b minus 1 2 alpha plus 1 square divided by 9 3 alpha plus 1 a minus b, will get the inequality a3 minus mu a2 square functional is less than or equal to 2 times a minus b upon 3 alpha plus 1. And combining these, all results will get what the result we have stated in the theorem. And now the extremal functions. As I have stated earlier, also for the first and third inequality, the extremal function will be same, and it will be f1z is equal to 1 plus az raised to the power b. And for the function, second part of the inequality, f2z will be equal to z plus z times 1 plus bz square raised to the power capital A minus b upon 2b, where a and b are given here on the screen. And if we substitute here a is equal to 1 and b is equal to 1 in this theorem, the result will take this form, which is given here. Functional mod a3 minus mu a2 square is less than or equal to this. The first part, if mu is less than or equal to 2 times 7 alpha plus 2 upon 9, 3 alpha plus 1 a minus b. Similarly, it is less than or equal to 4 upon 3 alpha plus 1 if mu lies between 2 times 7 alpha plus 2 upon 9, 3 alpha plus 1, and 2 times 7 alpha plus 2 plus 2 alpha plus 1 square divided by 9 3 alpha plus 1. And similarly, we can obtain the third part. And if in this we put alpha is equal to 1, we will get another corollary, and it will give us the result, the Peckaday-Shago inequality for the class S star inverse AB. And if we substitute A is equal to 1, B is equal to -1, and alpha is equal to 1, simply we will get the result for the star-like inverse functions. If we substitute A is equal to 1, B is equal to -1, and alpha is also equal to 1, we'll get the original result obtained by Fekete and Shago in 1939. That is, mod A3 minus mu A2 square is less than or equal to 3 minus 4 mu if mu is less than or equal to 1 by 2. 1 if mu lies between 1 by 2 and 1, and 4 mu minus 3 if mu is greater than or equal to 1. These estimates were derived by Kyog and Marquis and are the results for the star-like functions. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gurmeet Singh, for your valuable speech today.
If anybody from audience want to ask any question, the question is welcome.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can ask now, or else you can mention in the chat box as well.
No questions? Then thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech today. And I request all the participants. Now we are moving on to the short break. Your break timing is going to be 15 minutes. You can join after 12 p.m. Dear participants, a kind information to you all. The technical session will going to start by 11:45 a.m. I requesting all the presenters kindly ready with your PPT. Once again, I welcome you all to the technical session. I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. N. Sukanya, Associate Professor, Civil, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College. She is a PhD in structural engineering and MBA in human resource management, ME in structural engineering, BE in civil engineering, and an university rank holder in UG and university topper in PG. And her research domain is geopolymer concrete and steel slag aggregates, and funded projects like Principal Investigator, DST, SCRB, TARE, all about 18.6 lakhs geopolymer, and accompanied study to AICTE YUVAK 2 lakhs worth about. The topic is the Atal Tunnel, and her publication and patents, international journals 12 and international conference 6 and national conference 1, and patents about 1 granted and 3 published and 3 filed. Teaching experience is like 10 years in teaching civil engineering. I welcome you, ma'am. Shall we start the technical session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. The first presentation by Gulruba. Her department is biotechnology, and the topic is in silico analysis of photochemicals in order to find the highly potent compound for COVID-19. Over to you, Gulruba. You can start your presentation. Before that, I just informing all the participants, your presentation timing is going to be 10 minutes. Presentation for 8 minutes and the 2 minutes for the question and answer. Gulruba, you can start your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Is the screen visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay, so my topic is in silico analysis of phytochemicals in order to find a highly potent compound for COVID-19, which is guided by Dr. Vivek Srivastav, HOD Biotechnology. I, Gulruba, currently am pursuing MTech in Biotechnology from RBS Technical Campus, Bijpuri Road, Agra. Outline of my presentation is abstract, introduction, objective, material, methodology, results, conclusion, and appendix. Abstract. The disastrous effect of the COVID-19 epidemic caused by SARS-CoV-2 has put up crucial question on its beginning and the process of its transfer to the pupil. That everyone is in question that how it transfers to the pupil, where it comes from. So at present, viral sickness grow to be an important problem for the world. SARS-CoV-2 and lots of other viruses are present and are lethal in nature, and there may be a need for developing remedies for them. Traditionally, phytochemicals were used by people for the cure of many viral diseases, and also phytochemicals are found to inhibit viral replication, transcription, etc. Various phytochemicals structure was retrieved from PubChem, and protease structure 6LU7 was retrieved from the RCSB homepage. Molecular docking look at has performed the use of autodock tools. In this, have a look at phytochemicals are analyzed for its inhibitory potential in opposition to vital protein target of SARS-CoV-2 using computational approaches. Molecular docking is carried out for screening of numerous phytochemical retrieved from PubChem towards the main protease of SARS-CoV-2. Introduction. The group of coronaviridae include viruses that have a very long RNA genome, etc. SARS-CoV-2 belongs to the subgenus of sarbecovirus, a big genome of about 30,000 nucleotides. SARS-CoV-2 has 4 structural proteins: spike, envelope, membrane, and nucleocapsid, and PP1AB polyprotein. These proteins are vital for viral replication. SARS-CoV-2 uses the human receptor, that is ACE2 receptor, as initial gateway, which has been observed for the sarbecoviruses also. The binding domain of ACE2 are placed at the spike protein, which further consists of furin cleavage site related to elevated pathogenicity and transmission capability. In presence of this enough quantity of statistics, many questions in SARS-CoV-2 research has emerged can only be solved with the help of bioinformatics most effectively. Plant-based antiviral compounds are considered to be the excellent alternative for the cure of COVID-19 in comparison with any other allopathic medicines because of less toxicity. Objectives were screening of various medicinal plants. First of all, my first aim was to find out the best medicinal plant, then screening of various phytochemical present in these plants, screening of phytochemical with antiviral activity, that which phytochemical has the best antiviral activity against SARS-CoV-2, screening of the protein of SARS-CoV-2 that will going to bind to the ligand, and searching of the active site of the protein, preparation of protein, and then preparation of ligand, and at last perform molecular docking. And after that, we have analyzed the result of molecular docking. Material that I have used: ligands and proteins. Protein 6LU7 is the structure of COVID-19 main protease that is crystalline in nature in aggregate with AN3, where AN3 is an inhibitor. The main function of this protein in COVID-19 is viral replication and transcription. Ligands. Various phytochemicals of medicinal plant are used as a ligand and docked with 6LU7 protein of COVID-19. Various ligands that we have used are azadirachtin, nimbolin, quercetin, gingerol, shagiol, paradol, catagen gallate, catagen gallate, piperine, camphene, and caroflene. All these phytochemicals were taken from the medicinal plant, and the medicinal plants that I have used are neem, ginger, tea, and green tea, and pepper. Methodology. First step is the structure of protein. Protein structure will be retrieved from PDB, that is Protein Data Bank. For retrieving the structure of protein, we just have to go to the homepage of RCSB PDB. On the homepage of RCSB PDB, we will get a search box. In search box, we just have to type the name of protein that we want, and then the protein structure will appear. After that, we just click on download and download the file in PDB format. Then next step is the structural retrieval of drug. Various structure of phytochemical will be retrieved from PubChem server. Ligand structure will be retrieved by just going to the homepage of PubChem server. Next is creation of folder and installation of required tools. In this step, I just have to make a separate folder for tools and for saving these proteins and ligands. Next is protein preparation. After downloading the Autodoc tools, we open the Autodoc tool and in that insert the protein molecule that was in PDB format. In protein preparation, we have to convert the protein that was in PDB format into PDB-QT form. For conversion, we had deleted the chain C, and then in chain A, we delete all the water molecules and then add polar hydrogen and Coleman charges, then save the protein in PDB-QT form. Next is ligand preparation. The downloaded ligand file was in SDF format, so we have to converted the SDF format to PDB format using OpenBabel software. After that, we add ligand and Autodoc tools for further step. Then I add Gastiger charges to the ligand and detected the binding route of the ligand. Then next step is grid preparation. So after converting the protein and ligand into PDB-QT form, the next step is to generate the grid box. For generating the grid box, first of all, we know the active site of protein. So in this study, we took GLN189 as the active site of 6LU7. Then we covered the active site by developing a grid box. After that, we generate .txt file and at last create the .gpf file. Next step is running of AutoGrid. After the GPF file is generated, we just have to click on run and the AutoGrid has started running after filling the required parameters. After that, GLG file is generated. Next is docking. After the GLG file is generated, then we will generate DPF file, and after that we will run the Autodoc. After that, the Autodoc has run completely, we will get the DLG file. The DLG file will further use for docking results analysis. And the result that I have get is this figure shows as a direct interaction with various amino acids. Next is quercetin interaction with amino acid residues. Next is nimbolin interaction with amino acid residues. Piperine interaction with different amino acid residues. Camphene interaction with various amino acid residues. Caryophyllene interaction with various amino acids. Epigallocatechin gallate interaction with amino acids. Binding of catechin gallate to different amino acid residues, binding of 6-gingerol to different amino acid residues, binding of 6-shaguol to different amino acid residues, paradol binding. Conclusion: the devastating impact of COVID-19 has led to many scientists in tedious work in order to find the best possible treatment of COVID-19. Although the vaccine have been developed, but still research is on in order to find the best treatment. We know that allopathic medicine have some adverse effect too. So our aim was to find out the medicine for COVID-19 by using natural substances. In this investigation, we took some plant that have certain medicinal value, as we all know that the plant are the best treatment for lots of diseases. By finding the phytochemicals of all the plant, we docked them with COVID-19 main protease and find the binding energies and take the lowest binding energy of each phytochemical to find the best interaction with 6LU7. We took lowest binding energy because the lowest binding energy means the dog poses has highest affinity. We have choose neem, ginger tea, green tea, and pepper plant as medicinal plant. We took azadirachtin, quercetin, and nimbolin from neem plant. The minimum binding energy come of these plant of these constituent was minus 6.60 kilocalorie per mole, minus 7.61 kilocalorie per mole, and minus 8.87 kilocalorie per mole. The minimum binding energies of piperine, camphene, and caryophyllene was minus 8, minus 5.33, and minus 6.18. Piperine, camphene, and caryophyllene was the constituent of pepper plant. The epigallocatechin gallate is the constituent of green tea that has minimum binding energy of minus 7.08. The minimum binding energy of catechin gallate, that is the component of tea, was found to be minus 8.81 kilocalorie per mole. The key constituent of ginger and gingerol, shaguol, and paradol have binding energy that is minus 5.68 kilocalorie per mole, minus 6.67, and minus 5.33. Further, much more investigation is needed, but still from these data only we can conclude that the above discussed constituent can be a part of effective treatment of COVID-19. These are the few references that I have considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Gulruba, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sukanya ma'am, you have any questions to ask with her? Any questions, ma'am? Shall we move on to the next presentation? Okay, the next presentation by Pratik Srivastava, and the topic is intrusion detection system based on deep learning approach. Mr. Pratik?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, visible.
All right. So the topic of my research is basically intrusion detection system based on deep learning approach. So I am the author and the co-author is Dr. Rajesh Kumar Yadav. He is my mentor too. So apart from part of the biography for us is basically I am Pratik Srivastava. I did my BTech from in electronics communication from Government Engineering College Ujjain in the year 2011. Thereby, currently I am pursuing MTech in computer science engineering from Delhi Technological University, Delhi. The co-author is Dr. Rajesh Kumar Yadav. He is presently working as an assistant professor. Qualification part is he has done engineering, masters, and he is also a PhD. And his specialization is mobile computing, wireless technology, wireless sensor network, computer network, and theory of computation.
Sorry to interrupt you. Dear participants, while you presenting, kindly turn on your video. Yes, you can start now.
All right. The abstract part is basically it aims at broadening an intrusion system is normal practice to rapidly and consequently distinguish and order digital attack at the local area and host level. In any case, no new review has given an exact assessment of the viability of different machine learning calculation on an ascertainment of dataset. This review basically looks at the deep neural network, a subset of profound learning, to foster a versatile and powerful intrusion system for distinguishing and characterizing impromptu and flightly cyber attack. Finding the best algorithm that can accurately predict upcoming cyber attacks is made easier with this kind of analysis. My deep neural network execution trains on the theoretical high layer trademark portrayal of the IDS information by utilizing various secret layer. An extensive experiment demonstrate that deep neural network performs better than conventional device learning classifiers. This can be used to effectively monitor the community traffic and event at the host level for potential cyber attack in real time. Apart from description, the most common issues with the current machine learning based solution that are the key driving force for selecting an implementation parameters are first, there are a lot of attack in the model and a lot of false positive. Second, existing studies have primarily reported on the machine learning model's performance using a single data set, so the model cannot be generalized. Thirdly, the massive network traffic of today is completely unaccounted for by the model studied thus far. Lastly, the solutions are necessary for success. The central motivation behind this exploration is to decide the way that actually unique standard machine learning classifier and deep neural networks support network intrusion system and host intrusion systems. From the technological aspects, I basically aim what I have carried out is basically I have taken a data set that is a very readily available data set. I have pre-processed it, generate the model for it. Then I have used generally three algorithms. One is SVM algorithm, other is rainforest algorithm, and the deep neural network model algorithms. And lastly, I have generated an accuracy graph that aims at showing that my deep neural network algorithm is having the highest accuracy. So the data set, a common truth set utilized in interpretation, discovery, structure, research is the KDD record set. It no longer incorporate copy information inside the showing set. The SVM algorithm is the well-known directed learning method known as the support vector machine, is utilized for both order and relapse issues. The random forest is the managed machine learning technique based on decision tree for grouping and relapse, such as determining whether an email is a spam. Random forest is used. An artificial neural network with a number of secret layers between the information and result layers is a deep neural network. A brain organization chief capability is to acknowledge an assortment of sources of info, execute more refined calculation on them, and result to tackle genuine issues like grouping. Is in supervised learning and reinforced learning challenges, neural networks are usually utilized. So, from conclusion part of view, according to the finding of this project, a hybridized intrusion detecting alert system used a server-based, extremely adaptable system capable of examining behavior at the host and network level for processing and reading extremely large scale statistics. The system used a distributed deep learning model using deep neural network. The recommended gadget beats the previous network intrusion system and host intrusion system classifier all around. This structure can gather both host and organized level games in a scattered technique, utilizing deep neural network to find attacks explicitly. As is for the most part known, preparing convoluted deep neural network frameworks on cutting features gadgets utilizing a dissipated methodology could further develop execution. Because of the high computational cost of complex deep neural network, they were not trained on benchmark of IDSS dataset. Some of the references which I have used. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Pratik, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sukanya ma'am, is there any queries to ask with him?
Yes, fine, Atar, that was a nice presentation. Like, how do you think, what is the, exact finding that attending the gap of whatever is commercially existing? Like, what do you like say the key findings that differs from whatever is existing in this area of study? Like comparison with the state of the art of the world.
Ma'am, I didn't get the question, ma'am.
Can you compare your finding with the state of the art of the work, which means like whatever is the present updation, recent updation of your work and the key finding or of your own project? Can you state something on that?
Ma'am, actually right now I can state, ma'am, but thing is that I have tested it on a very old data set. As you can see, ma'am, the current data set I have been under, it's under progress. I'm testing on the latest data sets, and as per that, if it is successful, then my aim is to just implement this complete system to a new in our developer new application. So this is the current scenario right now, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The next
Thank you, ma'am.
presentation by Suresh, and the topic is Review of Internet of Things IoT Technologies towards Sensor-Based Smart Farming. Suresh,
Yes, good morning.
good morning.
Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, visible.
Yes, one second. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is Suresh Palarimat, and my topic is a review of Internet of Things, IoT technologies towards sensor-based smart farming. And before starting, so as per the norms, like a biography, I'm an author of 25 computer science books, and I own 6 Indian patents. I have published 9 research papers in Scopus, and I have 6 industrial certificates from Microsoft and Huawei. I have 15 plus years of teaching experience in 3 different countries. And currently I'm working as a lecturer in IT department of University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salalah, Oman. And my abstract for the presentation today is about my paper is about a smart farming using an IoT technology. So here the Internet of a Thing is a new technology trend that is being used in almost every area of life. It has several potential applications in agriculture, including large-scale farming, greenhouse farming, and management. The sensors serve as the most crucial component of the Internet of Things. This study discusses how Internet of Things applications contribute to the efficient farming practices. It demonstrates how the IoT may be used in agriculture and showcase its sensors, applications, issues, strengths, and weaknesses. So description. So basically in India, like 58% of the people are using the farming. That's most of the people use the manual and traditional way of farming. So by using this research paper or this concept, we are trying to incorporate IoT technology in the farming. So it can be called as a smart farming. So through that, the yield can be increased. And through that, like the country's economy can be improved and all the things. Improvement to farmland are greatly aided by the use of smart farming techniques. Therefore, the agriculture industry requires the use of technology and current science in order to boost yield. To improve productivity, it is important to have an integrated system that considers all factors across all phases of harvesting, including preparation, conducting, and storage. This study discusses the IoT and its sensors application in farming. Integration of sensors in smart farming. 3 related technologies are integral of India's smart farming system. One is the precision agriculture, management information systems, agriculture automation, and robotics. So these are the major areas like where the smart farming can be included. Precision agriculture can have the advanced technologies in agriculture to increase the yield. And the management information system is basically the managing the sensors and the technology which is used in the farming, altogether the management. And agriculture automation and robotics. So as some of you may be knowing already that agri robots are becoming a very famous popular nowadays by using agri robots in the agriculture of a smart farming technology. So it will be a more advantage. In this paper, we have reviewed and we have gathered and did the research of finding all the types of sensors. What all the sensors are beneficial for the smart farming. We have discussed all the different types of sensors here. Farming using smart sensors in India. The agriculture is impacted by a social expansion, weather changes, decreased rainfall, and increased food demand. Conventional agriculture methods are negatively impacted. Smart sensors are being used in a farming. Technology like machine learning, deep learning, and IoT are important to make agriculture smarter. Farmers can maximize resources using smart sensors and improve the yield while monitoring environmental conditions. Smart sensors help with the animal identification, fever detection, health monitoring, and herd treatment. Smart sensors provide farmers with a better crop understanding, resource saving, and ecological management. The role of the sensors. So here we have identified the important sensors which can be used with the smart farming. For example, so here we have used the acoustic sensor, FPGA based sensor, optical sensor, ultrasonic ranging sensor, humidity sensor, airflow sensor, electromechanical sensor, electromagnetic sensor, mass flow sensor, weed seeker sensor, wind speed sensor, eddy sensor, SWLB sensor, LIDAR sensor, telematic sensor, soil water content sensor, location sensor, leaf wetness sensor, temperature sensor, moisture sensor, and pH sensor, and at last optoelectrical sensors. So these are the sensors which can be used with the combined with the farming, so that it will become a smart farming. And all these sensors can be connected to the system using the IoT technology to increase the better farming experience. What are the challenges here for using a smart farming? The first thing is it's more expensive. So since we are using a different types of sensors here, it will be an expensive task. Okay, so the another main problem here is with the security problems. So usually what happens, like in the village areas, like when we use these type of sensors, there are high chances that people misuse it, like people take it and animals can destroy it. So all these problems are the main another problem here, expensive as well as the security problems. Inadequate facility and equipment. These sensors which we have discussed in the previous slide, like it's very like sometimes it is not available, it is not so feasible to reach the some village areas like where people are most dependent on the farming. So that's the one of the biggest challenge like what we have. Challenges in employing agriculture sensors. So now here these are the new technology like a smart farming and also like people are very less aware of how to use these type of sensors, and there are very less technical people who can install these type of sensors and connect with the server and the system and all the things. So and monitoring of these type of sensors also needs little education, like where the farmers are not well educated. So in those cases, it is very difficult to incorporate these type of smart farming. So these are the some challenges what we have. Now, in the conclusion, IoT sensors are the new age of farming and can replace old farming methods. It is already used on big farms and in industrialized countries and can end world hunger if implemented correctly in developing nations like in India and all other countries. IoT can lay the foundation for a growth in developing nations such as India. The study elaborate on IoT and its potential applications in agriculture setting. The study discussed various types of agriculture sensors that collect information and its benefits, pros, cons, and challenges to the agriculture sensors. So that's all from my side. So in this discussion, so we have used different sensors and how they can be used in the farming to get the better yield and better quality products. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suresh. That was a nice presentation. I actually taking technology to the level. That is fine. I mean, it's actually. And have you done any field feasibility studies on this, Suresh? So I could see like most of study things. Have you done any field feasibility?
Ma'am, actually, we are working on another project here. We have one grant on.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. So there is a little bit disturbance. Sorry.
Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Yeah.
We have one funding project on this. We are currently working on it, and we have tested all the sensors on the small area. It's like less than not even half of acre. This is little small area we have used in our campus, and we have a funded project for a funded project on this same smart farming. So we have used all these different types of sensors on the farming, and we are still going on. This test is going on, and we are using all these sensors to monitor all the growth of the plants.
Okay, like, how how do you think, like, what will be feasibility or something, like, how would have you interacted with some farmers? Are they welcoming these tech? Is there something related to that? Because
Yeah,
this
thank you.
researcher's
Thank
point
you
of
for
view,
this.
like, we study farming as a kind of technical consultant. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for this question. Actually, I am myself is
Just
a
wanted to hear the other side of the consumers.
yes.
What do they feel? Are there needs?
No, yes, it's fine. Actually, I am also kind of a farmer. I hold my own land, and we have planted some palm trees there last 2 years back, and my uncle is working there to take care of the farm. So I have discussed with these sensors, and we have these sensors with me. Like I have discussed all the things with them. So they like it, but as I mentioned, the challenges, then it's very difficult to install it in the open land. And they're scared that the people like who doesn't know anything about it, so they may like take it and just play with it and destroy it and all the things. So these are the concerns. Otherwise, they like these type of ideas. Like whereas for me, my land, like I have a 10 acres land, like where we struggle always to switch on the dripping machine. So there we have used one sensor to identify the currently we have used already to identify the humidity on the particular plant, and then the machine will on automatically. So but when we use this technology, like the sensor which we used to switch on the motor, the water pumping machine, so that was like taken by somebody else, and we are facing the problem. So again, we have switched over to the manual technology, again manual switching off and on. So this is the little challenges like we have to overcome, like how to safeguard these type of things. Once all people are aware of these type of the technologies, then surrounded people, so then maybe the people will not be more interested on these type of things, taking and like a theft and all the things. So things will be better.
Yeah, it's like good to hear from you, Suresh. Actually, you're saying about a little problem, but I could foresee a lot of challenges in taking up this to field. But still, this is something the area where it is too much technology deprived, and we need to attend. This is actually a very important thing. We need to get in technology. What I feel, and for taking this initiative and doing kind of work over this is really very good. It's nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you so
and
much.
after
Thank you
this.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh, for your presentation. And the next presentation by Sonal Pathak, and the topic is a systematic review of existing cloud computing platforms. Sonal? Sonal? I think she is not available. We move on to the next presentation. The next presentation by Vikram Singh, and the topic is Education for Sustainable Development. Vikram? Okay, we move on to the next presentation by Mangai Esaki, and the topic is a detection of breast cancer using machine learning techniques. I think a few of our presenters is not available now. Is there anyone wish to present now? Kindly let me know in the chat box. Once again, I call the names. Sonal. And the co-author is Prince and Simran. Is available? And then next is Vikram Singh. Dear participants, I'm repeating, is there anyone there wish to present now? Are you ready with your presentation?
I think someone has, notified in the chat box, Juno and.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, she is want to present. Juno? Juno and Joseph? Am I audible to you? Yes, Juno, you can start your presentation now. We are not able to hear you, Juno. Kindly check on your microphone. In your Zoom, in bottom of the microphone option is there. You just click on that. You just click enable option for the microphone. Then only you can able to. Okay, Juno, you can leave and join again. Is anyone from the morning technical session can wish to present their presentation now? Kindly let me know in the comment chat box.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, now you are audible.
फॉलो करते जाने वालों के चार को ऐसे निकलेगी मगे
So my topic is role of community in farm tourism, a case study on Kumbhalgodu Panchayat.
वहां जाएगी फिर चौपड़ फिर त्रिपुरा गेट आएगी त्रिपुरा गेट तक चौपड़ और साढ़े 4 किलोमीटर आएगी
You can start your presentation. Is there any technical problem?
My topic is role of community in farm tourism, a special case on Kumbhalgodu Panchayat.
भाई काम है वो उसमें में मेरा नहीं आना तो फिर बच्चे आएंगे सर ये बोलो
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You just share your screen and then you present.
So I have done my studies about rural tourism. So rural tourism can be defined as the country experiencing which encompasses a wide range of attractions and activities. And rural tourism can offer better and meaningful participation of local communities in various aspects of tourism, including its planning, business, and management. Community participation in tourism is the precondition of
Excuse
making.
me, that like your presentation is not visible actually. Do you have any PPT to support your presentation?
Yeah, ma'am, I have my article, but I am not able to share my screen.
Yeah, your screen is shared actually, but the PPT is not visible. Your system screen is visible for us. Just try to share because that would be easy to follow your presentation.
So shall I continue with this, ma'am?
Juno, your screen is visible, but your PPT is not visible, Juno. So you just open your PPT so that we can able to see, right? I think you just click this stop sharing and again you share it and click on your PPT. Just follow my instruction. You just click on the share icon and then select your PPT and click the screen sharing. Is that clear?
Yeah, ma'am. It's not going, ma'am. I am not getting the PPT.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Like you please continue. Yeah.
Okay, can I continue with this, ma'am? Word file.
Actually, even your word file is not visible to us. And only the front camera has been active. The screen has gone out. Try getting it back, or just you start explaining. That is fine. I'll try to follow.
I'm not able to share the screen.
Yeah, please, ma'am. You continue.
Okay. So the
Yeah.
objectives I have taken as to identify the tourism potential at Kumbhalgodu Panchayat, to analyze the farm developmental activities at Kumbhalgodu, to evaluate Panchayat developmental activities and apply it on the farm tourism, to measure the impact of destination development on inflow of tourists. So I have used the methodology for this study as a qualitative research approach, and we have distributed some questionnaire and used some direct observation and schedule for this study. And the Kumbhalgodu Panchayat, it is located at Bangalore Mysore Road near Bidadi. And there are many small villages are situating in Kumbhalgodu Panchayat. And the farming or agricultural activity is the main business at this area, and it is not so developed. And when we are interacting with the community people over this area, we could find out that there is lack of information, that the people are not coming forward to the tourism area. So their agricultural business, if you are clubbing with tourism activity, so there is lot of business scopes are emerging in this, we can emerge in this area. So some of the panchayat, especially the Dodalda Mara, it is a tourist destination and attracted by many tourists day by day. And it is a nice place for taking rest and relaxation. At the same time, for the long drive also, we can use this destination. And the other nearby villages situating at Kumbhalgodu area nearby Dodaltamara also, it is developing nowadays, it is developing. And the transportation facilities like Mysore Road Metro, also 10 lane uh, 10 lane traffic system also came there. So the traffic has been improved a lot. I mean, the traffic block is reduced a lot, and the fastest journey has been happened from the majestic to towards this area. And that is one of the strong point, that is one of the strength for the location. And at the same time, the layout mushrooming also improving in this area, and this is also adds the business scope at this Kumbhalgodu. And because of the lack of infrastructural facilities as well as the lack of information to the local community, the people are not coming in front towards this business as well as the tourism activities. So if we are improving the marketing activities as well as if we are providing some information to the local people, so we can improve the chances for tourism at this area, and it will be leading to the generation of income for this particular area.
Do know your voice is not audible.
It's not audible, ma.
Yes, now audible.
So the main constraints for farm tourism destinations at this area is lack of information and the communication technology, lack of infrastructure, poor accessibility, scarcity of water, and layout mushrooming. And the components we found at this area are the culture, festivals, infrastructure, and the attraction. So this is plenty of natural as well as scenic attractions are available at this area. And if we are adding some marketing facilities to this strength, so we can remove this negativeness, we can remove this constraint, and we can like merge the business over, we can improve the business over there. That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, Juno, for your presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. And Juno, are you on the line?
Yeah, ma'am.
Is Juno on the line? Yeah, okay. Like Juno,
Yeah.
you yourself
Yeah,
like
ma'am.
admitted like the demographic region is actually lagging technically. I mean, infrastructure and connectivity and kind of things. And what do you think besides like natural? You haven't any mentioned about like the topographical view of the area at least, because you said about it has some natural sceneries are good. Besides that, what do you think
Yes,
like this would be a best suitable place for tourism, because already it is lacking technical supports, connectivity and infrastructure. Besides this, what do you think will be the most attractive thing of your topography which
uh,
you do want to
yeah,
promote?
ma'am, it's blessed with the scenic beauty and the city side. I mean, it is pollution less area, and it is quite natural area. Like it is in the limit of the city, but at the same time, the area is like rural, like a rural area. So main income of their activity is through the agriculture. So all the farms are located here. Animal husbandries are there. So it is giving a natural look for the tourist. And there is a famous tourist place Dodal Merda, and only it is attractable with this natural beauties, like usually the agricultural field as well as the animal husbandries and the farm activities. So the tourists as well as the research are getting attracted towards that in order to understand the agricultural activities as well as in order to enjoy the scenic beauty.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gomati ma'am, I think we can move on now.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Ma'am, I think the next slot is mine. It was 10 to be 12:46 to 12:50. So can I start now?
Yes, ma'am. You can start, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So, is my screen is visible? I have shared the screen PPT.
Yes, ma'am. It is much clear. You can proceed.
Okay. So, so my research paper is basically based on the cloud computing platforms and tools, like which are the cloud computing platforms are the what are the top best platforms, and which one is the best among them, and how they are trending in market nowadays. So basically, there are a remarkable and repetitive developing innovative cloud computing, which is web-based computing, by which we can share data, assets, and programming are given to terminals and convenient gadgets requests, similar to the energy grid. So there is so many organization models like SaaS, software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and hardware as a service. So these are the platform features which they provide us. Um, in basically in our paper, there is a throughout analysis of cloud computing methods and platforms will be represented in this paper, adopted by the industries along with the advantages of each platform and further suggestion based on the systematic review of the literature. And there is also a statistics view about all the cloud computing platforms that are mentioned in the future scope of these platforms. So there we have basically uh, described the top 5 cloud computing platforms, which are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Cloud Linux, IBM Cloud, and Google Cloud. Um, uh, in the web services for machine learning are offered by a number of important cloud computing platforms. Some of the top I have just explained in the backend side, that Amazon Web Service and Microsoft Azure, these are what I am going to define in my paper. And the most established and widely used platforms that offers machine learning services, including deep learning, chatbots, which are very useful in nowadays, and natural language processing. So nowadays, cloud computing is considered to be the most innovative form of IT endeavor. A big shift towards the cloud can be expected soon, given how the cloud has been dominating the IT sector. For business wanting to edge in the current economic, cloud computing provides real benefits, and as additional provides enter this market, competition is pushing price further lower. Due to competitive pricing, the flexibility to release employees for a variety of tasks, and the option to only pay for service when they are really used. More business will continue to investigate distributed computing. Portable distributed computing is anticipated to be one of the greatest markets for cloud specific co-ops and cloud designers. So this like basically telling that in the business IT sector, the most demanding is this cloud computing for the sharing data and deploying their projects and many more. In this, it shows basically the statistic view in our paper show which of them is the mostly used in the business world. So with a 33% of market share, AWS is in the first place, and closely followed by the Azure with 21% and Google Cloud with 10%. By approximately, this is I have just shown in this diagram. So this is what are in the presentation. So any questions, I think, if you need.
Simran, that was okay. But Simran, like I just lacked clarity on what is the inference you want us to get out of this presentation. Okay, it is cloud computing is the era of cloud computing that we understand. Yes, and besides, what inference should we get from this, like out of your presentation or out of your work?
Uh, from my work, you can understand like the how, which one is the in my paper there are 5 cloud computings and also the top 10. I have also described why they are on the top and why we should use this. This is also described in it, and this also gives the way to search for the business entire to which one is the best and which one they can use for their business, which platform they can use to deploy their projects and share their data or store their data. So this is what I think is in my paper. This paper.
Okay, and like cloud computing, yes, as I said, this is a era of cloud computing, and like which sector do you think is lacking the use of cloud computing, and you would recommend or you would suggest some a particular sectors or somewhere like a list of few businesses, as you said, where they could use the most of the cloud computing. Is there some suggestions or recommendations or so?
So, ma'am, basically, in IT sector, it is like wide. It is they are using it, but we can also use in the different business area to store our data. There,
Yeah, like
they
can I
don't
be
have to like.
specific? Like, can I get some specific links? You're just suggesting like anyone can use, everyone can use. Can you be little specific besides IT? Like, who do you recommend or suggest that this will be very much beneficial? Any specific sectors?
A specific sector, let me just think of which will it be. Mm,
It's okay, that's fine. Okay. So,
yes,
like, I just wanted to try to know some, specific recommendations out of here. I think that is fine. Okay. Otherwise, fine. Yeah. Good. Good day.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Simran. And participants, is there anyone who would like to present from the morning session now?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I
Ahmed,
want
tell
to
me.
present.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Is my screen?
Visible.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Ahmed Ali Ilmi. I'm from Sharda University, and I'm studying engineering, electronics and communication engineering, especially digital communication. And my today's topic is performance analysis of MIMO detection algorithms for wireless communication system. And so here is my contents. So the introduction, then literature review, then objectives, and result methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and reference. So let's start with my abstract. So the MIMO technology is becoming popular nowadays, and it's like coming like 5G networks, especially when using 5G networks and all. It's useful. So here is the most well-known and promising multiple input, multiple output detectors, and some algorithms as like my topic is deeply going on and understanding on the algorithms, like the detection algorithms of MIMO technology. So here are some like which I have taken, like minimum mean square error, FDMA, ML, which is maximum likelihood, and zero forcing algorithm. So let's go with the introduction. So multiple input, multiple output is a technology which brings the required parameters for next generation of communication system. So it's like I'm using like 5G network. So while using the MIMO detectors and checking all the performances and all things. So it's high data rate and reliability. So that's why I'm using 5G. So here is a picture which is showing like N antennas and users. So it's a MIMO system which is like receiving and transmitting at the same time to the users and perceiving their requirements and giving them what they require. So let's go with the literature review. So I want to show this picture, which is showing the generations of the mobile network or mobile communication. So the 1G, which started on 1980, 81, it was just a call for calling only. And then for 2G, when we came like around 1992, and text message was introduced. And there was also in 2001, the 3G, when it was launched firstly, and it becomes with an internet with a call as well as with the messaging. So then the 4G came around 2011, and it comes with extra video and so on. It became around, which is expected on 2020, the 5G to come. Almost it's working on some countries, but not almost of it. So here's a declaration about data rate and comparison table for generations in terms of the data rate. So the 1G is using 2.4 kbps and the 2G is using around 4.464 kbps. And the 3G is around 384 kbps and the 4G is using around 100 mbps and the 5G is using around 10 gbps. So let's go with the objectives of this dissertation or this research paper. To minimize the linear detection algorithms, complexities, and the cost, because the complexities, almost the algorithms which are started like previously, they have like complexity problems, and the cost effective is almost like. So the next objective is to achieve the optimum performance of the system and to reduce the delay in MIMO systems, because there is a lot of delay in the MIMO systems which has become previously. So these are the major objectives. Then there is a methodology of my research using a MIMO system, then detection algorithms, then performance analysis and checking the algorithms like the delay and the cost and the complexity of all this, and then implementing and giving or checking out with the results. So that's all. Thank you very much. Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's all.
Is that the end of your presentation, or do you want to tell anything more on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is that the end of your presentation, or do you
Yes,
want to tell
yes,
some more
that's
on this?
all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, and you're stopping just with your research methodologies. So you have some objective and you have some methodology,
Yes,
right?
objective
Can
and
you
the introduction and all.
yeah, is this a presentation of whatever you do? You have any findings or do you have any case studies or something like
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
You said about your objective and you stopped with
Yes,
your
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
methodology, right?
I can go with the results. So here's findings what I found. So this is an example of like some algorithms, around 4 algorithms. Here's the findings which I have implemented on the MATLAB software. So the Gauss-Seidel OCD box and Newman and the conjugate gradient. So I have some also other findings which are real-time usage for minimum mean square error, zero forcing, and also the maximum likelihood. So that's all. And here is a conclusion. Yeah. So in my research methodology, I have shown the MIMO system. So here is the MIMO system I have chosen. Like it should have some expectations. So N antennas I have chosen 128 and the users around 16. I'm using 64 quadrature amplitude and constellation. So what are the benefits of MIMO system? One, why I have chosen. So it have improved signal, consuming less power, and having a less conference during transmission and receiving process. So according to the MIMO system, some detection algorithms are finalized, which are minimum mean square error, zero forcing, and maximum likelihood. So additionally, the analysis of these MIMO system detection algorithms will be measured on the following parameters like performance, complexity, cost, delay of the system. And so the MLC is more accurate and suits a wide range of channel state conditions expressed in signal to noise ratio when I check it or compare it to the other algorithms. So these are the reference. And thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But I don't understand, like, why did you even stop in between? And you are, though you have a presentation, you don't feel like presenting that. Okay, fine. These algorithms, can you give me a comparison with the state of the art, like whatever is existing to your?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Hello. If you are talking, ma'am, you are not audible. I can't hear.
Yes, Ahmed, tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Is there any questions to ask with him, ma'am? Shall we move on to the next one? Sukanya, ma'am? Okay, and participants, is there anyone from the morning technical session wish to present now?
Yes, ma'am. Mangi Seki team.
Okay, start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to present our project. My team members are Ante Rosario and Madhusudanan, and our guide name is R. Priyadashni. And my project name is Detecting a Breast Cancer Using Machine Learning Techniques. First, in our world, breast cancer is somewhat a third most serious cancer in the world, and existing breast cancer screening systems are not detecting its severity of the cancer level. And the existing algorithm shows the accuracy of the patient cancer level, and not shows it's whether it is in the first stage or in the third stage. In this model, we are using machine learning classification algorithm influenced by the characteristics of the patients and the cancerous cells. The methodology and our main objective is to detect the breast cancer with machine learning techniques and the level of the cancer, whether it is benign or malignant. Then the existing systems detect the cancer with somewhat false prediction and less accuracy. Our project is to detect the severity in the patient, and we used a SPC linear and decision tree classifier. In our project, our methodology consists of 5 sections: data collections, data pre-processing, feature selection, and functional models and accuracy testing. In data collection, we have gathered 569 patients' data with 32 characteristics of IED of the patient, concavity, symmetry, radius of the cancer cells, etc. The data pre-processing leads that it has some null values, and we have deleted all the null values and gathered some correct without error-free data. And feature selection, we have selected some 10 features among the 32 characteristics and trained our model, and then we have given some patients details, and we calculate the severity of the cancer level. We have SVC on comparing more than 5 algorithms. We choose support vector classifier and decision tree, which gives more accuracy. And regarding in this both, we have chosen support vector classifier linear, since it gives 97.19% of accuracy. The first diagram implements the data sets we have given for using trained model, and then we have used algorithm accuracy detection as SVC, Gaussian neighbors, and decision tree. In this three, SVC linear classifier gives more accuracy. And count plot, this shows we have used matplotlib to take count plot, pair plot, and heat map. And in this count plot, it shows this blue color indicates benign and benign level of cancer, and this orange indicates the malignant level of cancer. This player plot indicates in benign, some patients may in first stage, in benign they may be in severe stage. This bar plot shows both the benign stage, benign malignant, and both malignant benign and benign malignant stage. This heat map consists of two radius x and y. In x it shows the percentages, and in y it shows the characteristics, and this in this dark shades represents the severe stage of the patient, and light shades states the it's a starting level of cancer, breast cancer. And at last, in all over in our project, we helps to detect the cancer in it helps to detect the cancer in its severity, and whether it is in benign, and it is easy to doctors to curify and extend the lifespan of the patients. These are the references we have used for our projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mangai, for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Any queries?
No, ma'am.
Sukanya ma'am, is there any questions to ask with her? And from the morning session, is there anyone wish to present now? Again, I'm calling who are all in the morning technical session. Anyone wish to present now? Okay, thank you so much for being here today, for all the participants, and especially our session chair, Sukanya ma'am. And we move on to the short lunch break. Your lunch time is going to be 30 minutes. We will be reconnect by 2:15 p.m. Again, I'm informing. We move on to the short lunch break. The lunch timing is going to be 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. And dear participants, kindly reconnect shortly at 2:15 p.m. The technical session 2 will start. Is that clear?
Hello, am I audible? Testing, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rugvedi. I'm at ma'am's place trying to connect her.
Okay, okay, sir.
Checking background now.
So the background is not visible.
Yes, doing it.
Sir, the background is visible.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam, adjust करिए.
Correct.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the technical session 2. Before we moving on to the technical session 2, before that, I just welcoming our keynote speaker for our conference, Dr. A. Abdul Rashid, Director, School of Computing Science, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Coimbatore, India. He is currently working as a director in the School of Computing Service at Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Coimbatore. He obtained PhD in Computer Science and Engineering and Manoன்மயம் Sundaram University, Tamil Nadu, India 2023. He completed ME in Computer Science and Engineering from Anna University, Tamil Nadu, India 2007. He also completed MCA and BSc from Bharatidasan University, Tamil Nadu in India 1996 and 1993 respectively. His research interests include social network analysis, machine learning, data analytics, human-computer interaction. He has 41 publications in his credit in the journals including Scopus and Conference of National and International Reputed Avenues. He contributed a book chapter published by Springer International Publishing, Switzerland. He published a patent in India Patent Office IPO Chennai. He is a recognized supervisor in Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. He is serving a doctoral committee DC member in Technology University, Baljeevi, Karnataka and Garden City University, Bangalore, Karnataka. He is serving as the chairman in the board of studies for MCA at his present institution. He served a board of studies member of UG, PG and PGDCA programs in Jamal Muhammad College, Trichy, Tamil Nadu. He is a reviewer board member for international conference affiliated with leading avenues. He chaired a session for a Springer International Conference held to Hyderabad and Telangana. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kindly start your presentation, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, but yes, sir, everything is fine.
Is it in slide mode? Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
No, is it in presentation mode? You are able to see the presentation mode?
Yes, we can see the presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to one and all. At an outset, I would like to thank the conference organizers through IFERP for inviting me to share this. And the topic somebody is using dual device, and so I'm having echoing. Okay. So I would like to present something about human-centered artificial intelligence. I also welcome for this keynote address the August audience. For the next probably 30 minutes and all, I would like to present something about human-centered AI. What is probably we understood about something like machine learning and something about artificial intelligence. This HCAI is part of human-computer interaction, otherwise it is shortly called as HCI. What this particular topic talks about, or what is its overview? Whenever we are talking about AI, probably as part of it, that is a machine learning, the computer system is supposed to make use of the data, and that will give some kind of predictions. Say, for example, suppose I am using Google Lens. We need to focus this Google Lens towards any particular object. Now your Google Lens generates the data and then it will identify its features. Then at last, it will also try to identify what kind of object it is as a type of prediction. This is how we are usually doing as part of our artificial intelligence or probably as part of the ML. Now, whatever the data generated, before going for any particular decision, what is being missed as part of the prediction is, or as part of the decision making process itself is the human in the loop. So whatever the data that is being presented, those data are being used in order to go for the predictions. So that is going to be reduced as part of the human-centered AI. So that is what the coverage of my presentation. So what you are seeing on the slide is a hype cycle. I don't know how many of you would have been heard about it. These are the different kinds of technologies. And as you are seeing in this particular cycle, what is otherwise called as a hype cycle, some of the technologies, I mean, this is called as something is called as a plateau. So this plateau will take care of the technology that start triggered and at which time, that is how many years it will take in order to reach its peak. And after that, sometimes the technology will also goes down, or its impact or its usage or its utilization will go down. So that is going to be called as a trust. And then after this particular period is over, people probably would have been forgotten about such kind of technology. So this is called as a hype cycle. Of course, as you are seeing, there are a lot of technologies which are being shown in this particular hype cycle, and this is probably given by the Gartner. Of course, this is for the corresponding year 2021, and 2022 hype cycle is yet to come. But what I am showing on the slide is hype cycle for AI, that is for 2021 only. Probably you may be seeing some of the known technologies, artificial GI, and probably you are seeing chatbot, autonomous vehicles, semantic search, computer vision, and edge AI, somewhere type AI orchestration, probably you are part of your RPA. And some of the technologies will take less than 2 years to reach its plateau. And some of the technologies will take 2 to 5 years of period in order to reach its plateau. And some of the technologies will take 5 to 10 years. Some of them will also take more than 10 years. So two of such technologies as you are seeing in this particular cycle. One is the artificial general intelligence. Another one is the autonomous vehicles. So this is not very particular. Whereas if you have seen this particular thing, there are a lot of technologies which will come into effect. Of course, your smart robots, knowledge graphs, AGI, AI cloud services, deep learning. So all these kinds of technologies probably would have been heard about it. And computer vision is also going to take part for the next 2 to 5 years. That is why so many kind of research works that you have seen in this area, that is the computer vision. This is a very small introduction. Probably you may also know this. What is the objective of AI is to ability of machine to imitate human intelligence. So what the kind of human can have as part of their intelligence process, the similar kind of intelligence is being expected through that particular application or through that particular device or through that particular component. So that is called as the AI. The subset is called as ML, that is a machine learning. It is going to incorporate some kind of intelligence through the automatically learning from data. So wherein we have the data, and through the generated data, your machine should automatically learn and then it should also give the kind of prediction. So that is supposed to be called as ML. Now we have the another subset that is called as the deep learning. So wherein the algorithms that mimics human brain to incorporate intelligence into machine. So here we have the learning from data, whereas here we have to incorporate intelligence into the machine. Probably some of the familiar applications like handwritten recognition as part of your deep learning algorithms, or you wanted to incorporate computer vision, or you wanted to go for doing research in your computer vision, then automatically you wanted to go for the deep learning. So deep learning is the subset of machine learning, and machine learning is the subset of artificial intelligence. So the overall set is AI, and its subset is ML, and its subset is DL. Probably this is to connect AI, ML as well as DL. There are 4 types of artificial intelligence. One is your reactive machines. What is reactive machines? These type of systems or these type of AI do not have any kind of storage. They cannot use any past experience, whereas they observe live actions and react to them. Of course, one among the oldest system that belongs to reactive machines is the IBM Deep Blue. Probably again, I do not know how many people may be knowing about IBM Deep Blue. IBM Deep Blue was the first AI kind of systems without having any kind of the storing the current state. So somebody would have been studied about Turing machines. So IBM Deep Blue wanted to be the kind of chess player, something about, the person called as Kasparov, who was the very famous as well as a popular chess player. Now IBM wanted to conduct a kind of competition between this particular AI system with the Kasparov. Now, the competition was being held between IBM Deep Blue as well as with Kasparov, and quite obviously, the Deep Blue was the winner. So, such kind of systems that we have already devised, and we also do have the success story. So, that is the first type of system or first type of AI that is called as reactive machines. Second is limited memory machines, wherein we have limited memory. Of course, as the name suggests, that it is a limited memory machine that stores for a little period of time. The example for these kinds of or the use cases of these kind of systems are the self-driving cars. Because as the self-driving cars, they wanted to move from one particular location to the another location. They just wanted to store the current location, and they wanted to see where to move, either it has to go left or it has to go right or it has to go straight, and based on some kind of decision. So the decision making process is supposed to be carried out based on the current state. So in order to have the current state, it stores the information for a little period of time. Third one is called as theory of mind machines. Of course, we do not have any kind of existing systems or the use cases, but still the researchers are putting their effort in order to have these kinds of systems. So the third type of systems are called as theory of mind machines. The fourth type of systems are called as self-awareness machines. This is the topmost priority, or this is what the entire AI researchers wanted to have. So these kinds of machines or these kinds of systems wanted to be designed which will think as well as act like a human being. So how human will take one particular decision in any particular circumstance, a similar way, the machine also should be deployed into any particular use case or into any particular scenarios or into any particular situations. So based upon that corresponding use case or the scenario or the situation, automatically the machine should read the data, and then it has to understand what kind of situation it is or what kind of use case it is, and based upon which it has to take the decision. So that is supposed to be called as self-decision taking capability. That is how the humans are always being acting as well as reacting, or probably we also sometimes are responding. So that level is expected to be done by the researchers all over the world. Of course, some research is also going on in premier universities all over the world. But still, these kinds of systems are yet to be delivered. So maybe under development, but deployment or the use cases or such kind of systems may not be deployed so far. This is the human-centered AI system, probably a kind of flow. So what it talks about, the human input data to produce more relevant output. But what is expected in between the human in the loop? So before taking or before going for any kind of particular decision, the learned model should go for including the human in the loop, or human as part of the loop. I would like to share a small example here so that you can understand it in a better way. Suppose while you are going to any particular unknown place and wherein you may rent probably a Ola or probably a Uber or a kind of a cab. Now, your driver has Google Map and you also have the Google Map, and you are probably knowing that particular location. So you are still visiting and now you know the location. While you are traveling through or on the way, you will be directing to the driver. Instead of going by this particular route, if you take the other route or the path, then that may be the shortest route. So that we already explored, whereas such kind of a decision may not be given by the Google Map, or the driver may not be knowing about that particular path. Or sometimes we as a human being, while traveling into that particular direction, you will give the assistance to the driver saying that this particular road is probably blocked due to some kind of drainage systems, or due to some kind of roadblocks, or maybe due to some other kind of digging work by electricity persons, or maybe by the water people. So because of that, you will direct your driver in order to go by the alternate route. So that itself is the kind of decision you are going to change. As a human, we know better about our decision, our data, and based on our data. So that is the data annotation process. We know our data. Based upon the known data or annotated data, we just wanted to go for finding or alternating the decision. So that is being expected as part of the human-centered AI. This is, of course, as you would have been studied, or if you are the researcher, you would have been known that as part of ML, you need to go for the two process. One is the training process and the testing process. So how the training process is to be carried out as part of your human-centered AI. The machine, we have the the human will go for the brute force annotation. You will identify or you will learn, you will identify some kind of objects and you try to annotate. Say for example, during our childhood, probably our mother or the mom always showing that this is a cat, this is a dog, this is a pig, or probably this is a hen. All those kinds of animals, or the kind of pet animals also. And once we are able to see probably the rhinoceros as the first time, or as and when we are finding or we are seeing the elephant as the first time, we tried to annotate as it is the kind of brute force. We tried to annotate either is it a dog, or is it a pig, or is it the kind of bear, or what is it? Once we have been experienced by the examples, so that is a kind of training process we usually have. So if the annotation process is going through by the examples, the learning algorithm is going to be given to the machine. So that is the first part of the training process. And as for the decision-making process, the query is being given as to the human. So as you are seeing here, the human is seeing some kind of objects. The objects are tried to be annotated by the human through the examples, probably the scenario or the use cases or the situations wherever we have, and through the learning algorithm that is being given into the machine. Now, the same human examples as well as machine components are also in existence. Now, before going for any kind of thing, we also would like to go for the query by the human. So, this is going to be included as part of the human in the loop. So before going for any kind of decision making or before going for any kind of predictions, the query will be given by the human or the query will be altered by the human. So that is going to be taken here for getting answer query. Again, the learning algorithm is going to be the same. That is not going to be modified. But here the answer query will be provided by human. So we are going to have the human in the loop. Now, we instead of going for the test, we would like to go for the real world operation. In the real world operation, instead of having the examples, we wanted to have the surveys. The machines will have the learning algorithms. We wanted to take the decisions based on the surveys. The human will receive the surveys because we have already trained our model. Now we would like to take up the service, that the human would like to take up the service. And if their decision is correct, then we will go for taking the, receiving the service. So now before taking any kind of a decision, the human is going to intervene. That is, before going for taking any kind of decisions, before going to take any kind of decisions by this particular machine, before taking this decision, the human is going to intervene. So if this particular decision is correct, then the human will take the service. If the decision is not correct, then the service itself is not going to be received by the human. So that is why it is called as supervised decision. These are the different components. Probably we have data and we have machines, we have crowds also. So as part of the data, we have social data processing pipelines. Why is it called as a social data? Of course, that is what now the people are talking about, the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, it is going to have, or it has a huge volume of data. But at the same time, how the data are positively going to be used or constructively going to be used. So that does matter. Of course, my part is not to touch upon the ChatGPT, but still, whoever used the different kinds of data or different volume of data, all such kind of data may be called as social data. And conversational agents like chatbots. So those chatbots will become as the machines. And we also do have crowds. What do you mean by crowds? Crowds are the general public. Either they may have some kind of technical knowledge, or they may also have, be the non-technical people. But in order to complete the task, in order to complete any kind of activity, the crowds can be used. That is how it is called as crowdsourcing systems. So probably sometimes you may receive some kind of WhatsApp message saying that you have this particular job, and once you complete this job, this much amount will comes to your account. So it may not be necessary that everyone will respond. Of course, the people who generated that particular request or that particular task may not expect that everyone will respond or everyone will reply. But at the same time, it is also the kind of expectation by the generated that, the task generated, that he or she will get some kind of population. So that population will be called as crowds. And another component is called as human computation between the machines as well as crowds. So what do you mean by human computation? You know about the CAPTCHAs. CAPTCHAs are created by human being or which are generated by human being, but its objective is supposed to validate or authorize either the kind of application is going to be used by human or not. So probably you know the contradictory situation, right? The application is for the machine, for the human being, but the application is available in the system or the application is available in the machine. But now we wanted to verify whether the corresponding application is used by the human. For that, that particular captcha is written by the another human. So that is called as human computation. So probably this is a very small example, so that you can better understand what is the meaning of the human computation. So these are the three type of systems that we can have between machines and crowds. And between crowds and data, we may have expert finding, crowd knowledge creation, and crowd knowledge acceleration also. Expert finding, suppose you are looking for any kind of expert, probably in the field of AI or probably in the field of blockchain or probably in the field of IoT. By making use of the social data and using your crowdsourcing, you are well enough able to identify the people. So that is called as expert finding. These are the framework. So first we have the technology. So what kind of technology is required as part of the construction of the framework of HCI? One is the big data, because we definitely require the huge volume of data, algorithms and models. Of course, predefined models or the algorithms can be used. Or if the researchers do have the capability in order to devise his or her own algorithm, again, it is also welcome. Integration of AI and intelligence augmentation, then human machine hybrid intelligence. So that is part of your technology. The role of the human is to have some kind of needs. So I have some kind of intervention. I wanted to make use of the data. I wanted to annotate my data, and I wanted to go for involving myself as part of my decision-making process. But still, before taking the decision-making process, I wanted to include myself into it. So that is a human in the loop. AI usage scenarios, interaction design, human cognition models. So that is also required as part of this framework. What is very important whenever the HCI is going to be included, ethics. What is required as the standards and governance. This is what nowadays people are talking about, the other side of ChatGPT. Probably people would have been seen that in some of the countries, ChatGPT is banned. Of course, day to day, the articles are coming. Probably yesterday or the day before yesterday, Joe Biden also, that is a US president, he also talked about how the AI is going to rule the world. Either it is going to be of a positive side or a negative side. So such kind of comment is now coming. Of course, he didn't specifically talk about the ChatGPT, but he, as a whole, he just remarked about the entire AI. So ethics is very, very important, and legal issues, if at all, if we have, then definitely the AI predictions are going to be some kind of the faulty predictions also. So ethics, technology, as well as human are the components. Between ethics as well as human, we have human-driven ultimate decision-making. And between technology and ethics, we have powerful AI, human-controlled AI, ethical and responsible AI. Between technology and human, we have scalable AI, augmented human capability, as well as useful and usable AI. Suppose the AI is being generated as useful as well as usable, then the human will definitely enjoy it. Unless or otherwise, it is not going to be harmful. Of course, some of the, whenever we try to make use of any applications, probably the mobile apps, each and every developer would like to have the consent to make use of our data, probably our contact details, our, the internal memory, or probably what are the photographs that we have stored in the mobile device, or what are all the files that we maintain in our mobile device. These kinds of access permissions are expected by the mobile app developers. But we don't have patience to read all those kinds of very lengthy terms and conditions. So what we usually do, we are very hurry about making use of the application or probably the mobile app, and without reading all those things, we are giving the consent. Now the data is being given to the other people who is unknown to us. He is not a known face. He is unknown person, but without reading the content of the terms and conditions, we simply agree. We are giving the consent to make use of my contact, my photographs, probably my credit card details, if at all if it is stored, my documents, whatever I stored it in my mobile device. So it is not a good kind of practice, but at the same time, your data may be used for irrelevant or unethical side also. So that is how we are talking about useful and usable AI. So that is supposed to be the ultimate aim of the entire AI. These are some kind of benefits. One is informed decision making for organizations. Before going for, of course, if we think about the healthcare, so the HCI plays a very critical as well as important role in the healthcare industry, because we nowadays you also probably seeing that we are writing our machine learning algorithms for predicting some kind of diseases like cancer or probably some other kind of thing also. As we lived in the pandemic situation, people generated a lot of applications for the COVID-19 prediction. So in order to have the comparison or in order to wait for the RT-PCR test results, let me make use of the MRI scans or the CT scan images, and based on the images, let me go for predicting whether this particular person has the kind of positive or negative COVID infections. So now, suppose if your machine is going to predict correctly for the person who is not affected, whereas your machine is going to say he is affected or she is affected. So what is otherwise called as false positives. So if at all, if the AI is going to predict or ML is going to predict some kind of faulty decisions, automatically it is going to be a very harmful situation. So the application of or the benefit of HCI in the healthcare industry is enormous, making visible the previously hidden data. So whatever is the kind of data that is being used by the system, and that will become visible, unlocking the new insights. So we wanted to explore what kind of data it is and how the human will get benefit out of it. So our concentration is not towards the machine, whereas our concentration is towards human. It is for the human welfare. It is for the human goodwill. It is not for the purpose of the machine. Of course, machine will be used, the computing systems will be used, but at the same time, the output or the outcome of the kind of prediction is going to be interrupted or probably intervened by the human. So it is going to unlock new decisions. Rapid positive behavior change. Since our aim of the AI is to think and act like a human being, that is, of course, the ultimate aim of the AI. But still, we wanted to have the positive behavioral change. Of course, if some of you may be from Tamil Nadu, and if you have seen the Endiran movie, wherein you can have this particular kind of requirement. So there are so many scenes in that particular movie wherein you can fit it with the HCR. Of course, due to time constraints, I am not going to discuss about those kinds of things. Best use of time, effort, as well as resources. Data are also the resources, and time is also the kind of factor and effort by the human being. So that is going to be used at the maximum. So that is also the kind of benefit. Invading privacy. This is going to be the ultimate aim of the HCI. So we are not going to reveal any uninterpreted messages or uninterpreted decisions. So before going for any kind of faulty decisions, we will check it with the human in the loop. So human will interfere and they will find is there whether the prediction is correct or wrong. If it is correct, then we will go for the decision making. If it is not correct, then we will revise the kind of decision. So that is the invading privacy. Make lives better. So this is also, of course, it is a self-explanatory. So I think I need not explain. Analyzing vulnerable populations, if at all, if any, there is no, it is not compulsory that we should have the vulnerable populations. If at all, if there is the kind of vulnerable populations, then those kinds of population may also be identified, analyzed, and those population are supposed to be provided with better understanding. So that is called as analyzing vulnerable populations. These are some of my conclusions. Artificial intelligence, as you may be knowing, it changed the human lives. Probably you may be knowing Amazon Alexa or Apple Siri or any other kind of products which enhances the human lives. We are using Google Map or we are using different kinds of sensors which are part of our mobile devices now. That is how many steps that I have walked, what is my BP today, what is the level of my sugar level. Of course, there are a lot of products as well as innovations came into existence because of the AI as part of human lives. And one such product that I have recently heard, one particular hospital in Bengaluru, they are supplying the small IoT device and they will put it into our human body, probably by having small stitches and all. That will monitor, that IoT device will monitor your blood sugar level, your BP level, and what is the distance that you have traveled, or probably how many steps that you have walked. All those kinds of data that it will generate, that is, you will be monitored each and every second. And this data will be analyzed for each and every patient on equal intervals. Suppose if any of the patients' data are finding some kind of abnormality, then it will be automatically sent to the physician. So you may be the, I mean, any particular patient is attached with a doctor, and now you are now being monitored by this small device, and this device will monitor you. And then suppose you have any kind of anomaly, so probably any kind of things that it is going to be abnormal, then automatically your doctor will get the kind of signal or the message saying that this particular patient has some kind of issues. Then your doctor will automatically call. Of course, the doctor will not ring up you, but the phone itself automatically ringing you, and the doctor will supposed to talk with you. So that is how the technology is being changed. So some of the research problems that I have shared, and some of the human lives that we wanted to have the better lives. These are some of my references. Sorry, probably I would have taken 10 minutes more. My allotted time was supposed to be finished by 2:45, but still I have taken 10 minutes more. Sorry for the inconvenience. I would like to thank IFERT as well as the conference organizers, as well as the August audience for all attending this particular virtual mode conference. And thanks a lot to each and every one of you. And if at all, if you have any questions, you are welcome. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our session chairs, Dr. V. Sasireka, Professor Management, Sri Shairam Engineering College, Chennai, Professor of Management with more than 2 decades of experience in academia and in diverse functions. authored books on TQM and marketing management, published more than 85 papers in journals, edited books and magazines. Good communication skill and public speaker. Address 430 Women Police Commandos of 2007 batch. Medicos, agripreneurs, research fraternity and students. Produce 3 PhDs in management, serving editorial board member of Canadian Journal of Management and Sustainability, African Journals, ADRRI Journal, International Journal of Entrepreneurship and Development Studies, Bangladesh and other national journals. Proud recipient of the following awards. Top 20 influential women educators in Tamil Nadu, Distinguished Educator and Scholar Award, Top 50 Research Guides in India and Young Woman Achiever Award. Dr. B. Tanuja, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Sri Sairam Engineering College, teaching experience 17 years, area of specialization, organic chemistry, solid waste management, water treatment. Publication around 25 international and national journals. Titan 3 organized workshops, training programs under Welfare for Society Women Community Guided Project. Startup under category of solid waste management. Name of the startup, Aximo Triple R Enterprises. Awards, IGEN Green Award, NIEP, Women Power India Award 2023, Best Paper Awards. Next, we are moving to the technical session. Next, we are moving to the technical session. Now, I would like to call Seema Lada to present the paper titled Factors Influencing Consumers' Acceptance and Use of Wearable Devices in E-Health, a study using the UTAU2 model. I would like to call Seema Lada to present the paper titled Factors Influencing Consumers' Acceptance and Use of Wearable Devices in E-Health, a study using the UTAU2 model. Next, I would like to call Sonam Sangar to present the paper titled Factors of Crime Among Children in Conflict with Law.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can start the presentation.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all of you. My topic for presentation is Factors of Crime Among Children in Conflict with Law, which is authored by me, Sonam Sengar, and co-author and the guide of the paper, Dr. Priyanka Kakkar. So I am a PhD scholar at National Forensic Sciences University, situated in Gandhinagar. My major interest of research is finding the factors that cause the crime to rectify the criminal behavior of the person. The thought behind this particular interest is that I find that the root cause is more important if you want to correct any kind of situation. So root cause is much more important in crime factors if you want to actually improve the criminal behavior of the person. I'm also getting the ICSSR centrally funded doctoral fellowship for my PhD. The guide and co-author of this paper, Dr. Priyanka Kakkar, she is an associate professor at School of Behavioral Forensics at National Forensic Sciences University, holding more than 14 years of experience in academics, research and training.
She is a trained hypnotherapist and Government of India registered licensed counselor. She is also trained in forensic psychological investigation technique as well as in cognitive electrophysiology, EEG, ERP analysis, NFP, BFT, especially brain electrical oscillation signature profiling for the purpose of forensics, neuro, and clinical studies. My paper basically deals with the factors of crime among children in conflict with law. Over the time period, we have seen the change in the rate of crime committed by children, which has been like 7.2% in 2013 to 7.8% in 2014 to 8% in 2015, which has also enhanced during the COVID time period, specifically when we are also seeing the wide range of crime committed by the children. There are various studies that has tried to explore the factors and understand what is the reason behind this criminal behavior of the child. Significant role in criminal conducts by a child, for example, family environment, school, peer, cultural, social bond, economic condition of the person, geographical location, etc. Investigating the root cause of a problem make it easier to solve the problem efficiently. That is why the study aimed to understand and explore various factors that can be contributing to the criminal act of the child, such as motivation factors, lack of awareness, lacuna of investigation, preventive issues, and rehabilitative issues which drive a juvenile toward a criminal behavior. The study includes the semi-structured questionnaire, which is prepared by me, containing both the qualitative and quantitative questions which were answered by the children in conflict with law themselves. The result shows a significant positive correlation between lack of awareness and lacuna of investigation, and negative correlation between preventive issues and lacuna of investigation as a factor of crime among juveniles, which is at 0.05 level of significance. Studies of crime among juvenile in conflict with law have been conducted in various countries around the world. Some factors like parental guidance, crowded family, which include more than 9-10 members in a family, parental lifestyle, thrown away children whose parents has abandoned their personal right, insufficient parental control and social control, neighborhood resources such as higher organization, concentration and more engagement in services, social control, culturally determined differences, family-based social control, education level, low economic condition, poverty, drug use, education level, education and occupation of mother, father, family addiction, history of offense in family. These are some of the factors that has already been explored as the motivation factor of crime among children in conflict with law. But other than this, what could be the reasons? Like investigating agencies could also be the reason. Our lack of rehabilitative technique, our lack of preventive techniques could also be the reason that is also actually driving the child into the criminal world. Very few studies have considered the perspective of juvenile regarding the factor that drove them to commit the crime. This study has tried to put front the perspective of juveniles in conflict with law to understand the factors of crime among them. So the whole study that has been conducted, the data has been collected by the child in conflict with law themselves. Methodology research design employs a mixed research design, which is a qualitative and quantitative. This type of study actually permitted a rich data collection, which included the opinion and suggestions and the subjective data as well as the objective data, which was in the form of questions, which has the Likert scale also. The study employs mixed descriptive and correlational research design. Participants, there were 15 participants for the study. Participants were children in conflict with law who have committed various crimes and are currently living at an observation home. Sampling technique, purposive sampling technique will be was employed as a method of selecting samples for the study. A structured questionnaire was used as a form of data collection based on the dimension chosen, which were primary and secondary institutes, which are motivation factors, lack of awareness, rehabilitative, lacuna of investigation, and preventive issues. Demographic details were collected. The data was analyzed through the permission for data collection was taken from the social defense officer and the juvenile justice board magistrate, and the personal interviews were conducted with the children. Data was analyzed based on thematic analysis and SPSS.
Results, the first table shows the descriptive statistics, which include the minimum and maximum score obtained by the child in conflict with law on the following dimensions like motivation factors, lack of awareness, lacking of investigation, rehabilitative issues, and preventive issues. What does these factors mean? We'll get to it once we are done with the results. There is a correlation, table 2 shows the correlation between selective domains. The table shows that there is a positive correlation which is significant at 0.05 level of significance between the lack of awareness and lacuna of investigation. And there is a negative correlation between the lacuna of investigation and preventive issues, which is also significant at 0.05 level of significance. What does this mean? So the discussion of the results are, the result shows that motivation factor contributes 78.18%, lack of awareness contribute 87.73%, lacuna of investigation contribute 83.33%, rehabilitative issues contribute 94%, and preventive issues contribute 79.16% as a factor of crime among children in conflict with law. Here we can clearly see that lack of awareness, lacuna of investigation, and rehabilitative issues contributes more as a factor of crime among children in conflict with law than motivation factor and the preventive issues. The result shows the positive correlation between the lack of awareness and lack of investigation, which means the lack of awareness here means children lack the awareness about the nature of act, the consequences of the act, the punishment for the act that they have committed, and lack of investigation point the fear of investigation and juvenile justice court proceedings and the life at observation home, special home, correction home. So basically, the children does not first knew about the act itself. They did not know what is the consequence of the act, what kind of nature the act has, what they have committed. And they were not aware about the investigation and punishment and the juvenile justice board proceedings, which means that if there was awareness about the nature and consequences of the act, the more fear they would have, and the vice versa. The second correlation shows that there is a negative correlation between lacuna of investigation and preventive issues. So if the fear of juvenile justice board proceeding, punishment increases, or they are installed in the person, the less preventive issues will be there. So we will be able to prevent the crime in the children more if there is a lacuna of investigation among the children, which means the fear is instilled there. They are well aware about the punishment. They are well aware what could happen, what is the lifestyle. So that was the result of the study. Another significant, the less the child fear the investigation and punishment, the more preventive issues arises in preventing the child from committing the criminal act. That is the main discussion. The conclusion is that because of the study, we are at least aware right now about what are the major factors that could also be possibly contributing to the crime of to the criminal behavior of the child, and we could further take part in making our policies in that particular road so that we can deal with the criminal activities among the children efficiently. Thank you so much. These are some of the references. Any questions?
Thank you. Dear Session Shaz, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Sasireka. Ms. Sonam, your study is very interesting. See, factors of child crime.
Yes.
It's very interesting, and your methodology is also very perfect. You have considered 15 children from the juvenile homes, right? They're staying presently in the juvenile homes after committing something?
Yes, ma'am.
Which juvenile home did you cover?
I have covered only one juvenile home right now because this is a part of a pilot study. I have covered the observation home of Ahmedabad, Gujarat.
Okay. Can you tell the age of those children? You have not mentioned anything. Age was not at all a factor in your study.
Yes.
So I just wanted to know what is the age, and I also want to know the nature of crime committed by the children.
Yes, ma'am. So the minimum age of the child in my study was 14. the participant age, and the maximum was 17. So the range was between 14 to 17 years. And the crime that was majorly committed by the children was murder, attempt to murder, and theft.
And
Theft.
theft. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now you have given two discussions, right? Two conclusions you have given.
Yes,
can you tell them again? The first one is there is no association between what?
There is a yes, there is a positive association between lack of awareness and lacuna of investigation.
One more thing I wanted to ask. In this, how many are first-time offenders, or are they more than, or if they have done any crime more than one time? Out of this 15 children which you have taken,
yes, ma'am.
There should be some first-time offenders, and there should be one or two children who have been repeating the same thing, especially theft. In the case of theft.
Yes, ma'am. Two
Do you have that?
offenders. Yes, ma'am. Two children were offenders that has committed crime twice.
Repeated offenders.
Yes,
Okay.
twice. Not the repeated one because they have not come for thrice. I guess that yes, ma'am. They have come for the second time. Other children, 13 children were first time offenders.
Okay, first time offenders. Fine. Okay, so there is a positive association between lack of awareness
and lacuna of investigation, which means
lacuna means you mean to say there is a gap, there is no evidence, is it not?
Yes,
lacuna
ma'am.
means
So, yes, ma'am. There is a gap between the investigations itself, but here there is a broad category. I actually include, yes, there is a two part of my study. This is one part. Another part include the data of the professionals. Where in lacuna of investigation, I have also included the questions of using the modern forensic investigation tool on children for the correctional purpose and investigation purpose, which is a very far-sighted idea. First, I wanted to have the need to actually use this. So I wanted to have that lacuna of investigation much more broader and make a foundation of the need so that we can actually put forth the idea in front of the authorities that can we do it as a pilot base. So that was my idea of including this particular aspect. Here, the lacuna of investigation have the questions where I have asked, do you have the fear of police? Do you have the fear of investigation? Do you have the fear of juvenile court proceedings? Do you have the fear of observation home? Do you know the life of observation home? So these were some of the questions that I have included in the lacuna of
this you ask to
investigation.
the children? You ask this to the children, or it is to the children, right?
Yeah, this is particularly for the children.
Children. Okay, fine. This conclusion is pretty okay for me. The second one which you have arrived at is what?
The second was there was a negative correlation between the lacuna of investigation and the preventive issues.
Lacuna of investigation and preventive measures. So what do you try to conclude here?
Yes, ma'am. So basically preventive issues here means that do we have the need of spreading more awareness among children, schools, parents about law, about the children, about how can you identify that if the children is in need of guidance. These were some of the issues. And lacuna of investigation, which we already discussed, is that if you have more fear, then the need of awareness decreases. So that was the main conclusion of the study, of this pilot study. I'm not talking about it might change in the main study. That is not per se fixed. But here, yes, but here the result shows that if there is a fear of the act, if there is a fear of the punishment, there is a fear of the criminal act itself and the proceeding related to it, then that fear decreases the need of preventive issues like spreading awareness, spreading more awareness among children, parents, teachers, these things.
Okay, fine. Okay, anyway, I feel that this is just a small part of your research, is it not, of your PhD?
Yes,
because there are so many more factors that can be added, which I don't think this is no, in this context I don't think it would be right to ask you also, because you have taken just a very small part of your research, and I believe like you would have added so many other factors also, is it not?
Yes, ma'am, because I've not included here the
Mm.
descriptive
Because
questions.
the factors which you have chosen here, lack of awareness, lack of investigation, preventive issues, these are not exhaustive by themselves. These are not complete by themselves. There are so many other factors which I believe, like, no, you would have included in your when you do your PhD, and only after you complete, you will be able to enjoy the no, the full picture. Now, what you
Yes,
have given here is only a glimpse of that. So anyway,
yes,
thank you so much. I really appreciate for choosing this topic, and definitely the study conclusions will be very much useful to reduce the juvenile no offenses, because
yes,
in Nirbhaya case we have seen one of the offender, one of the person is only 17 years of age, but that
yes,
crime was the height of all the crimes, I believe.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyway, I hope no, your complete study will be very much useful for the society as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so
ma'am.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonam Sangar. Now I would like to call Anil Kadu to present the paper IoT-based solar car controlling over a Wi-Fi network. I would like to call Anil Kadu to present the paper titled IoT-based solar car controlling over a Wi-Fi network.
Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. We are. Let me first introduce myself. Myself, Atharva Chakurkar. 1 minute. Yeah. So first of all, let me introduce myself. Myself, Atharva Chakurkar. I am a BTech student pursuing BTech in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. I'm from Pune. So the topic over which we have prepared the project is on the basic concept was on solar car. So the topic name is controlling solar car over a Wi-Fi network. Uh, So the main objective was to develop a prototype of solar powered IoT device with the ability to connect with the smart network to give us software and a hardware solution to the carbon emissions and seamless control. As today we can see that everywhere the climate issue is on the high peak. In the recent times, the hot topic is on the 17 sustainable development goals. So basically what happens is that we always focused on promoting and triggering the sustainable development goals, and for that purpose we have created a prototype which supports the solar car, solar energy, that is non-conventional source of energy, which supports the 13th sustainable development goal. So here is the rough diagram of what we have done. So basically, as we can see that here, main components, what are the components which we have used in our project is are first one is the node MCU microcontroller, which is the most important component of our project, through which all the components were controlled. So here we can see in the right corner is that solar panel. So what happens is that we have connected the solar panel, and for on the as solar panel receives the sun rays, it converts the sun rays into electrical energy, and that electrical energy is sent to the its adjacent lithium ion battery. So basically what is lithium ion battery? So briefly speaking, it is a rechargeable battery. So when it gets discharged, it can get easily rechargeable, unlike other batteries. So that lithium ion battery is further connected to the charging module, and the charging module is we have connected to the node MCU. And from node MCU, here we can see that motor driver component is there. It is the next important component of our project, as it always as it drove our car, it received the energy from the node MCU, which was supported from the charging module, and that motor driver was further connected to the gear motors. And what gear motors use that energy to rotate the vehicles, rotate the wheels of that vehicle, and thus our car got ran successfully. Here the second component below the motor driver, we can see that buzzer. So beside the motor drivers, certain sensors we have integrated in our project, including the buzzer, LEDs, ultrasonic sensor, and LDR sensor. And the main component, third component, was of the blink app. So the buzzer, what buzzer did is that basically our main motive was to as the car is controlled over Wi-Fi. So we have kept a threshold value that is of 10 centimeter, as it is a prototype. So we have limited the distance to 10 centimeter. And when the car or the proximity between any object or that car becomes less than 10 centimeter, equal to or less than 10 centimeter, then that buzzer got triggered. So that we got sensation that something object is there. So according to that, blink app would start its role and car will get stopped automatically. Second integrated component was LEDs. So LED and the LDR sensors are related to each other, as LDR, that is light dependent register. So we have integrated the application that if outside the means in the environment, if a dark atmosphere creates, so that LDR would get sensed that atmosphere, and LEDs should directly get triggered on. So that was the main concept behind that. And this is the ultrasonic sensor. So ultrasonic sensor was connected with the buzzer, so that ultrasonic would check the distance as it works on echo and receiver system. So when the distance gets less than 10 centimeter, so buzzer got triggered on. So yeah, here we can see that basically in this flowchart, entire working has been described clearly. That is, if we start our project, the first one is the main requirement is the power supply, and that power supply, as I here told, that was we got that power from lithium ion battery. So when car got power, that is the node MCU got power. So after it got connected to the Wi-Fi, as most important was the Wi-Fi connectivity. So it got connected to the Wi-Fi. Then the blink apps come into the play. What the blink app is, basically it is a IoT based IoT platform, which is specially designed for the Android and Android smartphones. So from which we can create apps, or we can connect or control Raspberry Pi, Node MCU. So that app we use that app for controlling our car. So here is the ultrasonic sensor. As in the diagram, it is clearly mentioned distance less than threshold. So what I earlier mentioned, that when the distance was less than 10 centimeter, it got sensed and buzzer got on, triggered. And here we can see LDR. Similarly, when it got sensation, that is a particular sensation was set for the light, dimsity of the light. So according to that threshold, the LED started glowing and working. So yeah, here is the architecture diagram. That is from the here we can see that on the breadboard we have connected the node MCU, here buzzer, here it is the LDR, ultrasonic sensor, and here is the most important part is motor driver. So what actually happens is that when this ultra sensors, this charging module, so here we can see that solar panel, it is connected to the charging module, and the charging module was connected to this negative terminal of the node MCU. So the entire power which was generated from the solar panel and the charging module, which was a supportive element, that entire power was achieved or gained by that motor driver. And here we can see that motor driver has further connected to the motor drivers are further connected to these gear motors. So there were four gear motors. So according to as it received the energy, the wheels got started rotating, and our car got successfully ran. So here are the some conclusions. So the main conclusions are: promote sustainable development. As we know that in the current scenario, entire world is very much aware of what the problems we can face if we are not switching to the sustainable development. So as I earlier mentioned that the 13th sustainable goal, that is climate change, this project is always going to contribute and promote the 13th sustainable development goal, and which is going to minimize the pollution, enhances wireless connectivity and automation, decreases the dependency on conventional source of energy. As we know that conventional source of energy are quite risky nowadays, because as it is going to decline after few months, or what we can say that few decades after that. So here comes the importance of the non-conventional source of energy, and what our project is definitely looking forward for that. So here are some references and the YouTube link from which we have referred our project and developed this prototype. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dear session chats, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Well presented, Mr. Atar.
Your voice is not audible.
No, Mr. Atar, it was well presented. All details you have given clearly. All the very best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chavran. So now I would like to welcome Yogesh Keshkar to present the paper titled Importance of Resource Mobilization and Municipal Finance for Infrastructure Development, a case of Pune City, India.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir. So you can start your presentation.
Rugvedi, my co-author Rugvedi and Professor Shubhangi Thakre. Yeah, Rugvedi is there and Professor Shubhangi Thakre is also there. Shubhangi ma'am, are you there? Hello, Shubhangi ma'am. Am I audible? Shubhangi ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah. So thank you everyone. So Shubhangi, Rugvedi, can you please the project?
Yes, yes. I'll present the screen, sir.
Yeah. Please project.
Yes, sir. I'm presenting it. Just a moment. Just a moment. Yes, sir.
No, it's not visible here.
Is my screen visible now? Hello?
Yeah,
No,
yes, your
not yet.
screen is not visible. It's starting.
Okay.
Otherwise, if it is not visible, I'll present from my side.
No, sir. It is showing that the screen is visible. I mean.
No, it's not visible.
Just a moment. I'll stop sharing and I'll reshare again. Sir, is it visible now?
No, I'll share from my side.
All right, I'll stop sharing.
Can you please stop? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Yogesh Keshkar, along with co-author Professor Shubhangi Thakre Madam and architect Rugvedi Thakre is a master student in planning and COEP Technological University. So, we are presenting a paper on importance of resource mobilization and municipal finance for infrastructure development and a case of in India. Now, yeah, myself, I'm assistant professor in planning department, and Shivani Thakre ma'am is also professor in town planning department, and Rugved is PG student doing M planning, and she's also architect and budding planner. So we will be introducing the topic, and I'll be presenting with my co-authors, of course. So be introducing the topic, then what is municipal finance in brief, then inventory, hierarchy, then 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, which leads to this help for municipal finance. It strengthens this, various functions of ULB and pros and cons of CA, 74 CA, and various some projects which are under different municipal aspect, and budgetary allocation and conclusion, followed with the conclusion. So what was mentioned in the abstract is quickly summarized here. I'll just quickly go through it. What is the importance of resource mobilization that 74th Constitutional Amendment Act for the urban areas? They are empowered urban local bodies as act as a local urban local government, and they can generate their revenue. They can propose their own plan and development plans. Also, they get different grants and aids from this, but also they can generate revenue from various sources. So there are various schemes under which they are getting a lot of funding and budget by the central government and state government as well. And some of the projects in the case of the Pune municipal corporations are going on, and how the things are happening under the different Amrut mission, and including in different sectors such as water supply, sewage, and urban development infrastructure projects such as urban transport, green spaces, heritage and conservation, and there are so many other aspects also. Now, what that role of this resource mobilization, how it is important, that also will be discussed here, and how this need of the ULB's resource mobilization is important and the projects. So what is resource mobilization? Was acquiring the resources of organizational and national importance. Therefore, it is required essential component of development and sustainability. And then one of the important things is cities are engines of economic growth. So that's why a lot of focus is on urban areas, and therefore these things comes into the picture. URBs are involved into satisfying this pressures for urban development. So what resource mobilization, where the basics start, that's the point, starts with when we need to talk about the finance resource mobilization, it talks about the functions first, because functions fashions finance, and that's why we need to identify the scope and limitation about the functions. What is pre-mobilization and mobilization stages, and what are the post-mobilization, such as admiration, acknowledgement, announcement, and all other things. This is about resource mobilization. So if you start doing this inventory for this resource mobilization, what are the municipal sources available? Now, why we need all this money? Of course, we need to have a functions that will be elaborated and detailed by my other co-authors. They will be elaborating all these functions and everything, why it is required. So that basically, what are the sources? There are two types if you see, internal sources and external sources, and both has this revenue receipt and capital receipt. Now this is a kind of inventory which we have done in detail in paper. Now what are the sources? This same for the income and then expenditure. This inventory is done for separately for income as well as expenditure. So internal, if you see the sources is a revenue receipt and capital receipt. Similarly for external, revenue receipt and capital receipt. In internal revenue receipts, we can have taxes, receipt, property tax, contingencies, refund, various taxes such as education, water tax, trade tax, drainage tax, then some rent, fees, interest, and other things, municipal stocks, open market spaces, rent from various places, fisheries, and so many things, community halls and auditoriums, and there are so many things. And then capital of receipts has naturally sell of assets or renting out, or then land development, housing schemes which they have done. Now these are the internal. The external will be the revenue receipts of share taxes, motor vehicle, entertainment, and all other taxes, land revenue, central finance commission, and second one is a grant. So capital receipts may be grant in the central state sponsored schemes, such as various schemes which we'll be discussing here, the Atal mission and all other schemes, which some bigger projects have been done, and some international loans such as loans by World Bank, loan by various organizations. So these are important. Then MP MLA area development fund, that is also coming under the external sources. Okay, so here are this resource mobilization: physical, finance, human resource. Now there are different types of resources. Just quickly look into this: physical resource, financial resource, human resource. Human resource are also equally important. financial resource, provide funding, sustainable revenue model, utilize, these are need to be utilized very much effectively and efficiently. So physical resources, as we discussed, infrastructure and technology, and various services, products and goods. And human resources plays vital role in developing in training program and using this as a resource, human resource as one of the most important resource in all the things, because we need to manage all these things, involvement of ULB and establishment section. Now, what enhancement need to be done? There are, as I was talking about the functions that my authors will be elaborating in detail. So as functions, fashions this finances. So if you see the 18 functions given in the 74 Constitutional Amendment Act, 4 are discretionary and remaining 14 are obligatory. Further details and elaboration examples. Some of the examples are promoting this culture of tax compliances, the user of public sector, developing bond equity market, institutional investment, opening capital market, liberalizing capital account, and so on. So this is the different level. First level is the central government, second is the state, and tier 3 is the local government. Yeah, madam can elaborate on this. Madam, are you there? Shubhangi ma'am?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. You were not visible that time.
Yeah. Yes. So in continuation with that, like the hierarchy that is there that we are seeing on the screen regarding the power distribution. So please go back. Yeah. This flow chart explains us about the 3-tier system in India. So before 1992, there was only 2-tier system in India and a top to bottom approach that was adopted, the administrative approach on which all the municipal development works that used to happen. But what happened after 1992? There was amendment 73rd and 74th Amendment Act that was introduced, and that added a special powers and responsibilities to separately to rural areas as well as urban area. So as we are like focusing this paper on resource mobilization for the urban local bodies, so here we have taken cognizance from 74th amendment, which is for urban area. So like I said, this 74th amendment that added the 12th schedule in the Indian Constitution. So the PPT is there. Yeah. So 12th schedule that was added in the Indian Constitution, and further with in the next slide I will explain all the 18 matters with 4 discretionary function and 14 obligatory function that were introduced along with the 12th schedule. But before that, this amendment, what happened, this enabled the local bodies, urban local bodies, with decentralization of powers. Decentralization means what all the powers that were centralized only in the at central level and state level, that further decentralized, and special powers and responsibilities given to urban local bodies for implementation of schemes and enactment of different legislation time to time, with implementation of other amendments also.
Is it visible, madam? Can you see the next slide?
Yes, sir, the slide is visible.
I think she has lost them. Rukmini, you can continue.
Sir, ma'am is here.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. My Wi-Fi got destroyed. So
Yeah, okay, you can proceed.
yeah. So further with this 12th schedule, This list include regulation of land, construction of buildings that further enable the provision of building permissions that further becomes the basic revenue generation source for all these local bodies. So that includes regulation of land use, construction of buildings, planning for economic and social development, then road and bridges, all the tolls that are charged on these
these
roads and
roads and
highways and
highways
all
and all
that
that
again
again
becomes
becomes
the
the
revenue
revenue
source
source
of
of
revenue
revenue
generation.
generation.
Then
Then
water
water
supply,
supply,
all
all
the
the
water
water
bills
bills
that are
that are
charged by
charged by
the
the
local
local
authority.
authority.
Then
Then
public
public
health,
health, sanitation,
conservation,
conservation,
solid
solid
waste
waste
management,
management,
fire
fire
services,
services,
urban
urban forestry,
then,
protection
protection
of
of
the
the environment,
environment,
then
then
safeguarding
safeguarding
the
the
interest of
interest of
weaker
weaker
sections
sections
of
of
society,
society,
then
then
slum
slum
improvement.
improvement.
So
So these are the list of
the
the
list of
list of
this
the
thing,
functions
functions
that
that
introduced
introduced in
in the
12th
12th
schedule,
schedule,
which
which
enable the
enable the
local
local
body
body
for
for
generation
generation
of
of
revenue
revenue
that
that
further
further
becomes
becomes
the
the
resources for
resources for
implementing
implementing
various
various
development
development
schemes
schemes
and
and
infrastructure
infrastructure
projects.
projects.
So
So
for
for
this
this
12th
12th
schedule,
schedule,
there
there
are
are
total
total
18
18
functions.
functions.
In
In
that,
that,
four
four
discretionary
discretionary
functions
functions
are
are
there,
there,
and
and 14 are obligatory.
so,
So,
so
so
next
next
slide.
slide.
So
So
where the
where the fourth,
among the
among the
four
four
discretionary
discretionary
functions,
functions,
urban
urban
planning,
planning,
regulation of
regulation of
land
land
use,
use,
Hello.
and
and
construction
construction
of
of
Sorry to
buildings
buildings
that
that
are
interrupt,
are
Shubhangi.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Can you please log out one of your platform?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just give
just
me
give
a
me a
minute.
minute.
Shubhangi madam, are you there? Are you there, Shubhangi madam? Shubhangi madam, are you there?
She was not here.
So yeah, Rugvedi can continue then. Further things.
Sorry.
Rugvedi, my co-author, can
Yes, sir. I'll continue ahead. There are two parts basically here. Under 74th Amendment Act, the 12th schedule list and the 18th functions. So the 12th schedules, they they are the set of schedules, and out of 18th, as ma'am mentioned before, 4 are discretionary and the other 14 are obligatory functions. So obligatory functions, as we see on our screen, are safeguard the interest of weaker section of society, upgradation of slum and poverty areas, provision of urban amenities and facilities such as gardens, parks, playgrounds, promotion of culture and education, paying attention towards public health, the burial grounds, and although they form a secondary part of the burial grounds and crematorium, they form a secondary part of the society, but yet they are very important. So the 14th obligatory functions take care of that as well. Then comes sanitation and other stuff, sanitation and solid waste management. So these are the pros and cons of 74th constitutional amendments. The pros are decentralization of power, which is very important as the ULBs get the power equally. Then participation of people. This happens profoundly in the ULB level. At the ULB level, better implementation of schemes and accountability. So the cons are lack of resources, political interference, lack of capacity, in unequal distribution of power. Although we see the positive parts of the 74th Amendment Act, there are few cons as well. So there is few political interferences, few pressure from the other higher bodies. Yet the pros are very dominating, and we see good results, as we'll be showing that in the further slides to come. Sir, will you please? Next slide. So importance of resource mobilization in context of Pune city. As our paper mentions that we are talking about Pune city. So in Pune city, basically it is PMC, Pune Municipal Corporation, which implements all the development schemes and plans and other things. So this is the body which collects the tax, property tax, water charges, building permission, and other fees for generation of revenue, and then all the projects are implemented where these revenues are being used. So Pune has also attracted significant foreign direct investments. Companies like BMW, Mercedes, Fujitsu are coming in our country to they are setting their offices here. Some of the significant projects in Pune are metro rail project. As we all know, metro project is going in full screen Pune area. This is partnered with Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited. The cost of this project is around 11,420 crore. The distance covered is approximately 31 kilometers, and the expected completion is around 2023. So waste to energy generation project, which is partnered with a private company, as these projects are under PPP model, which is public private partnership model. Project cost is around 200 crores. The purpose of this project is to generate electricity from the hello, am I audible?
Yes.
So the purpose of this project is to generate electricity from the waste that is generated in the society. The status of this project is it is currently under construction, and the expected completion was around 2022, but it is still under last phase of the construction. So next slide, please. The other project is Pune Ring Road project. So this is the next to it is the Pune proposed ring road layout. Ring road is basically a road which is enclosing the entire Pune city, which runs at the periphery of Pune city. This project is partnered with National Highways Authority of India. Sir, the previous. Thank you. Sir, could you please go to the previous slide? The project cost is around 10,000 crore. The distance is around 128 kilometers, and the status is it will start soon. Smart city project, as we all know, Pune has been nominated as one of the smart cities in India. It is partnered with a consortium of private companies. Project cost is around 2,000 crore, and it is purpose is to develop cities infrastructure, transportation in a better way. It is also currently under implementation. So next slide, please. The project under Amrut. So Amrut, as we all know, is the Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation mission. So this is the mission launched by our PM Modi, sir. So the projects that come under Amrut is a water supply project, a sewerage management project. Sir, previous slide, please. Okay, sewerage management project, urban transportation project, green spaces, and heritage conservation project. Next. So PMC, these are some of the projects under Amrut that is going on in Pune. So water treatment project, renovation of existing water supply infrastructure in slum areas. So the project cost is given here. The purpose is to renovation of water treatment plants, plumbing stations, and pipelines. So these are the transportation project under Amrut. So Pune Rail, as I mentioned before, is one of the part of the Amrut project. Rapid bus transportation project, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Also, intellectual transportation project is under Amrut. So budgetary allocation by PMC according to 2021. So budget and implementation. The total budget for this project was rupees 770 crore. The project is currently going on in phases. Some of it is completed while the other work is going on. Assistance is often taken from private contractors and consultants. So reflection of this budget, we can see the reflection of water supply budget under Amrut mission in PMC budgetary. The budget allocation has increased from the year 2017-2018 to 2020 and 2021 from rupees 1,200 crores to 1,500 crores. Increase in budget has been done accordingly. Conclusion part. So moving to the conclusion, urban local bodies in India, in Indian metro cities have a pivotal role to play in the development and maintenance of the infrastructure. So, however, there are various challenges that comes in the way to implement the project, but the challenges can be addressed very profoundly with the help of public partnership model and public and private partnership model, better coordination between state level and ULB bodies, strengthening the capacity of ULBs. So the other conclusions are 74th Amendment Act has given much power to ULBs for the implementation of various projects, and under this decentralization of power, Pune has worked a lot and developed a lot of infrastructure under this act. So PMC, as we have seen in the previous slide, it has taken several water supply and transportation projects. There is key transportation project going on. BRTS is running very nicely in Pune city. Intellectual transport systems have also been installed at various signals. There are CCTVs and there are also various cameras capturing and the movement of vehicles, and to understand the traffic pattern that is going on in the city. Pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure has also developed to a good extent. So from all this couldn't have been possible without resource mobilization. So resource mobilization is very essential in the economic development of any country, and in India it is very necessary and it is playing a very vital role. Thank you so much for listening our presentation patiently. Any questions?
Thank you. Dear session, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Would like to answer if you have any questions, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-authors, both Professor Shubhangi Thackeray and Architect Rugvedi, master student, PG student of planning. Thank you very much. Thank you, audience.
I would also like to thank Sir for giving me this opportunity to present at this big platform, and for also including me in this paper.
Any questions from?
Okay, I think so. There is nothing. Okay, so we can go to the next presenter.
Any question or anything?
Sorry.
If sir, ma'am would like to ask anything or discuss anything about it.
No, sir. Actually, session has.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to call Ipshita Kashyap to present the paper title "An All Women's Bank for the Poor, Kono Klota Mahila Urban Cooperative Bank Limited." Hi, Ipshita, your screen is visible.
A very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just trying to remove this because it might be a problem.
Okay.
I don't know how to. Okay, I guess this is not good. All right. A very good afternoon to everyone present. The topic for this conference that I've taken is an all-women's bank for the poor, Konoklota Mohila Urban Cooperative Bank Limited. I'm Ipshita Kashyap and an assistant professor in DKD College, Assam. Before I move into the topic, I would just like to brief on why I basically have picked this topic. When we talk about the financial sector, or when we want to know about the economy of the country, one of the most important wing to is the financial sector, and we cannot talk about financial sector excluding the banks. Now, when you talk about a bank, since the word business is attached to it, banking business, they mainly work with a motive to make money. But however, since the bank in question here is a cooperative bank, The cooperative sector is a sector which mainly offers services to the people in the lower rungs of the economy. Like they mainly function, or the main motive of a cooperative sector is to satisfy the social and the economic needs. And the bank in question here in this paper is a cooperative bank, and a cooperative banks are those which are registered under the Cooperative Societies Act, and they are regulated by the RBI. So we see that there is it's a matter of dual control for cooperative banks, and they mostly extend the credit facilities to the small traders, artisans, and persons belonging to the middle income group. Since the bank here is an all-women's bank, so I'd like to give a brief on Mahila Bank, where the era of a Mahila Bank, we can actually trace it back to the year 1975, when RBI gave the license for Mahila banks to function. Here, the bank that we have is Konoklota Mohila Urban Cooperative Bank. Why this bank has been taken is, first of all, this is the all-women bank, and it is the first and the only all-women's bank in Northeast India. It was established by the economically active women, 52 economically active women under the leadership of Lakshmi Borua, who set up this bank back in the year 1998, was the establishment year of this bank. And we can consider this bank as an asset for the reason, this is because of many achievements that a bank has made, where we can see here that almost 80% of the customers of the bank are below the poverty line. 70% of the customers are illiterate. But despite the fact, the bank has got awarded Bank A class owing to its performance in the cooperative sector. It also got a national award, the Devi Ahulyabai Halkar Award, by the President of India in the year 2016. And in the same year, it also got the Cooperative Society Award for being the best performing bank, or rather the best unit that was functioning under the cooperative sector. The objective of this paper, there are two objectives taken, and the objective of this paper is to study the financial position of the bank, and second is to study if the poor are bankable. The methodology of the paper, the study area taken is Jorhat, which is located in Upper Assam. This area is important from the point of view of education, political history, literacy. This is because it has the highest literacy rate with 89.7%. The branches taken for the study is all the 4 branches of the bank, the head office, which is located in Garali. There's another branch at Unnen Market. Then there is a branch in Mariani, which is 19 kilometers from Jorhat, and a branch in another district, that is Sibsagar in Assam. The study period taken for this study is 10 years, from 2012 to 2021. Both primary and secondary sources of data has been used. The respondents for the data collection is managing director and the employees of the bank. And there are 2 tools that are used for analysis, the trend or regression type tool, and the second is multiple regression model.
Ikshita?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. Your screen actually it's on the first page. So can you please click on the 5th slide? So it will be visible for all. Yeah.
Okay, it didn't move. Now it's moving.
So you need to click OK, because it's on a slide by slide.
Okay, please
Yeah.
just help me once. Is it moving now?
Yes. So it's in the introduction section, in the introduction slide now.
Okay, the next slide is not showing, I think then.
You need to click on the 3rd slide. Yes.
Now it's showing.
Now it's showing.
Objectives are showing.
Yes. So
Okay,
now you are on the 5th slide, right?
I'm on the objective slide, 4th slide. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's readable, no? If I leave it like this.
Yeah, it's
okay.
So once you are presenting, just click on the slide, and then you can move to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to repeat again, since objectives are the important part, and I guess the slide didn't show, so please give me just 1 minute. The objective of the paper is to study the financial position of the bank, and second, to study if the poor are bankable. The methodology, as I already have went through. now is the analysis and the interpretation part. First is for the purpose of analysis, the first objective is taken, that is to study the financial position of the bank. Now, why the financial position of the bank is studied? This is because the bank is a cooperative bank which falls in the cooperative sector. And if you are aware about the present scenario, a cooperative sector is often taken as a sick unit. And that is why I took on studying the financial position of the bank to see if this bank actually is financially strong or not. And for this purpose, a regression model is used. And the regression model, in the upcoming slides, we will be presenting them in the form of graph that shows a trend line, which is basically a straight line, and the function used is y is equal to mx plus b, where m is the slope, b is the intercept, and x is the independent variable. For the purpose of this study, the year is taken as the independent variable in order to fulfill this analysis, and the dependent variable taken are share capital, reserve fund, deposit, borrowings, investment, loans and advances, profit and loss, working capital, and the CD ratio, the capital deposit ratio. This R squared, every graph will be giving us a R squared value, that is the coefficient determinant value, which will range from 0 to 1. And if the value is closer to 1, it is taken to be a good fit. So I like to move into the graph. The first dependent variable that is taken for the study is the share capital. And we see the trend line is upward moving. That shows that year after year, the share capital has increased. And the R squared value is 0.98. Thus, we can say that it is a good fit of the line to the data. Similarly, the reserve fund also gives us a upward rising trend line, which again, where the R squared value is 0.913, which is again considered a good fit. Next is deposit. Here, the coefficient value we got is 0.56, and we really cannot consider this as a good fit to the line to the data. And this is because for the year 2015, the deposits rose up and it suddenly fell, like drastically fell for the year 2016. It is because of this reason that we got the coefficient determinant as 0.5. The next is borrowings. Here we see that though the trend is upward moving, but however, it is near to flat. And it is because we do not see a consistent rise. There is a rise and a fall if we look at the graph, and which gives us that the coefficient determinant here is 0.04, which cannot be considered as a good fit. Next is investments. Again, here we see that the trend line is near to flat with 0.08. This again cannot be considered as a good fit, and this is because in the year 2015, there was a drastic rise in the investments. The next dependent variable in loans and advances, which gives us a coefficient determinant of 0.9, which is considered a good fit again. Next is profit and loss, where the coefficient determinant value is 0.29. We can observe individually that there is a profit the bank is making each year, but yes, the profit they're making is fluctuating, is why we get the R squared value as 0.29. Next is working capital, which is at 0.8, and we can consider this as a near to good fit because the trend line is upward sloping. Similarly, the CD ratio is actually a very important determinant of a bank's activities. This is because CD ratio is actually the capital deposit ratio, which is calculated by taking total advances divided by total deposits. Now, a CD ratio basically shows how much of the deposits that a bank has raised is actually deployed for loans, which actually is the very important banking activity, we can say. So since we get this coefficient as 0.8, which is one of the important activities of the bank, and we can call this a good fit of the line to the data, helps us draw to a conclusion regarding the financial positions of the bank, because we see that the share capital, the reserve fund, loans and advances, working capital, and the CD ratio out of the dependent variable, these dependent variable give us a good fit to the data. Now, the next objective, that is to study the poor are bankable. The tool for analysis used is multiple regression analysis. And the independent variable taken here are share capital, reserve fund, deposits, investment, and loans. And the dependent variable is shown as Y, that is profit and loss. Now, this multiple regression analysis will give us a R-square value, which will show how much of variation of the dependent variable is explained by the independent variable. And the function is shown here. Now, in this slide, we see that we get the R-square value as 0.611. Now, in a multiple regression model, if the value of R-square is more than 0.5, it is considered to be showing a strong relationship. Now, from this table, we see that share capital, investment, and loans and advances that are shown by X1, X4, and X5, they are showing us a positive correlation that you can see here. On the other hand, reserve fund and deposit, that is X2 and X3, gives us a negative correlation. Now, this positive correlation means that share capital, investment, loans, and advances are rising at an increasing trend along with profit and loss. However, X3 and X4, that is reserve fund and deposits, are also increasing, but they're not increasing at the same rate as the dependent variable, that is profit and loss. Thus, since we get that the R-square value is 0.611, we can say that it indicates a very strong relationship between the dependent variable and independent variable. Thus, from these two analyses, we can draw to a conclusion that the poor are bankable because despite giving services to people who had marginalized people, despite that we see that the bank is making profit year after year. So we can conclude that yes, the poor are bankable. And since banking is a business, they work with a motive to make money. However, this cooperative bank is also providing its services to the poor people. Like when I made the survey for this paper, I realized they were providing loans and with giving their activities and services to people at the lower rungs of the economic ladder. Like they were nut sellers, they were artisans, they were craftsmen, and so on. And despite that, we see that there is a moderate growth in the business of the bank. Thus, with the above analysis and findings, I like to conclude to the paper that this bank has a good financial position and that the poor are bankable. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear session chair, do you have any questions? Thank you, Pshita.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to call Sanjay Kumar to present the paper Regenerative Breaking of PMSM using Vector Control Method. I would like to call Sanjay Kumar to present the paper titled Regenerative Breaking of PMSM using Vector Control Method. I would like to call Lemur Anil Kumar Rajesh Bhai to present the paper titled Introduction of Sahi Mantar Yojana in Gujarat in terms of women empowerment.
Hello.
Yeah, hi sir.
Namaskar to all. Myself Anil Kumar Rajeshbhai Damor, PhD Research Scholar Sri Govind Guru University Godhra, District Panchmahal. My research paper title is Introduction of Sakhi Mandal Yojana in Gujarat in terms of women empowerment. The most powerful scheme in Gujarat for women empowerment. The prevalence and area of Sakhi Mandal increased in Gujarat. Sakhi Mandal Yojana has become most useful for women empowerment. More than 2 lakh groups are found in the state of Gujarat. The present article deals with the introduction of Sakhi Mandal Yojana, Gujarat, women empowerment and economic social transformation of sisters throughout Sakhi Mandal Yojana. The scheme has power fulfill in terms of women empowerment. The Yojana introduction. In traditional Indian society and family, the role of a woman was limited to housework. As a housewife, a woman has to do various household tasks. A woman's role was limited to domestic life, housework, and child care. But in the modern age, women have become educated and the belief that women should help men in the family's economic work has also developed among people. Is industrialization and urbanization development, new occupations opened up and created opportunity for women to enter. It has started to be believed that women should enter not only in business or job, but also in politics and various activity of public life. And many women are now entering it. Thus, the role of women outside the home has evolved in modern times. Sakhi Mandal Yojana has been implemented by the government of Gujarat on 2/2/2007 with the aims of making women more empowered, self-reliant, self-employed. Thanks to Sakhi Mandal schemes, Sakhi Mandals are found in every village today. The members of Sakhi Mandal have become economically active by doing economic activities. The work of Sakhi Mandal may be going on at a small scale in rural area, but the villages have become economically strong and prosper because of Sakhi Mandal. Sakhi Mandal Yojana among
Hi,
that.
Anil Kumar. Sorry to interrupt. Are you presenting your PPT?
Sorry, madam, I have not PPT. Okay. But PDF I saw in the screen share.
Okay.
Wait,
You can
madam.
continue.
Okay, wait. Sorry, madam, I continue to end this.
Okay.
Empowerment and woman empowerment meaning. So John Harris defined the woman empowerment. Empowerment is the main issue of governance in post-liberalization period in India, which frees people from all forms of oppression by reforming the social fabric. Dr. Satish Patel define the meaning of woman empowerment. The woman empowerment is when the society makes the individual responsibility for the direction beyond his performance and strategy of achieve it. The woman empowerment. Woman empowerment is a part of a social process. Empowerment can be defined in many ways. However, when it comes to woman empowerment means accepting and allowing women in the decision making process. Woman empowerment refers to empowering women spiritually, politically, socially, and economically. This often involves empowering them to develop confidence in their one ability. Empowerment includes the following capabilities. Status of women in India. Women in India are now particularly in every activity like education, politics, media, arts and cultures, service sector, science and technology fields, etc. The condition of India generates every Indian woman the right to equality. Article 14. The government of India declared the year 2001 as the year of women empowerment. National policy for women empowerment in 2001. The national mission for empowerment of women was laid. The aims was to equate to process of increased development for women. However, modern women continue to experience inequality and inner vulnerability. Such discrimination is evolving in important social spread, economic, educational, political, health, and nutritious and legal matters and empowerment, opportunity, and livelihood. Introduction of Sakhi Mandal Yojana in Gujarat. Sakhi Mandal Yojana is also known as Women Self-Help Group. In order to make the rural poor woman financially independent, the Gujarat government has decided to Sakhi Mandal scheme on 2/2/2017. With this scheme, 10 or 12 women from the rural areas gather together to from a group. Then they do some economic activity. They earn income by doing economic activities like handicrafts, farming, milk production, societies, tailoring, prayer work, culture, etc. Part of income in kept in the form of saving every month in the Sakhi Mandal account in the bank. Thus, it is an effort of the government towards women to earn employment and income in their one way. Sakhi Mandal sister area provide with low interest rate of cash credit, subsidized loan and internal credit for professional activities against their saving through bank and government schemes. The woman who got the income from the business have to ready the loan. Sakhi Mandal Yojana, a new initiative scheme of Gujarat government for women empowerment. The purpose of which is to get the benefit of virus scheme to the rural poor women and the raise their standard of living. Socio-economic change is seen in the rural areas throughout this scheme. Sakhi Mandal Yojana is organization that motivates women towards socio-economic empowerment. Today, there are about 2 lakhs Sakhi Mandal function in the state of Gujarat, and each Sakhi Mandal is linked to bank. The scheme has become very useful for women living in village. The members who join the scheme get many social and economic benefits. In short, we can say they thought this scheme, a woman will get self-employed and women will become economically and socially viable, and it is effort of the government of alleviating poverty at the rural level. Uh, Conclusion in this research paper, in the present article, the meaning of empowerment and the meaning of women empowerment are given. Emergence and development of self-help group in which outline structure, future etc. of Sakhi Mandal scheme in Gujarat are discussed. The Sakhi Mandal Yojana was then merged with Mission Mangalam Yojana on 1 May 2010 to give it a large scale. It is discussed in the present article. There are many self-help groups in India today. First self-help group in Gujarat, the Sakhi Mandal Yojana, and now is Mission Mangalam. Thus, the government is trying to develop the economic and social development of women in the rural areas of Gujarat through the Sakhi Mandal Yojana. So, Sakhi Mandal Yojana, women's economic has provided important in social and women empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear session chair, do you have any questions to ask the presenter?
Yes. I just want to have one clarification. Did you gather the data from the beneficiaries of this Sakhi Mandal Yojana?
Madam, the Yojana, the scheme of women empowerment, and the most important
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
So I think he has a problem with this network.
Okay. Anil Kumar, are you there?
Okay, fine. We'll move on to the next
Yeah,
person,
sure.
presenter.
Now I would like to call Divya Kadam to present the paper title Vehicle Detection Using Panoramic 3D LiDAR.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Just a minute, I'll try to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So my name is Harshita. I'm along with Divya and Mahendra. So our work is to detect a vehicle using 3D LiDAR. And we mainly focused on the LiDAR sensor because it has particular advantages for what the actual objective we are willing to do. So the biography of the LiDAR sensor is the laser technology was first developed in early 1960s. From 1980, LiDAR sensor began to be used in the field of autonomous vehicle. In the 1990s, researchers began to explore the use of LiDAR for vehicle detection. And in 2005, the first LiDAR-based vehicle detection system was developed. LiDAR technology has continued to advance with improvements in both hardware and software. So few benefits of LiDAR sensor is that it's high accuracy. LiDAR sensors use laser beams to measure distances, and they can produce very accurate 3D maps of the surroundings. And also it has fast detection speed. So coming to the abstract of the paper, vehicle detection system can help prevent accidents by providing real-time information about the location and movement of vehicles on the road. Speed measurement is also important for safety, as it allows for the identification of vehicles that are exceeding speed limits or driving too fast for current road conditions where this detection and speed measurement leads to self-driving cars. Autonomous vehicles, also called self-driving cars, are quickly evolving technology that employ a blend of artificial intelligence, algorithms, and sensors to drive on roads and make decisions without requiring human intervention. The technology behind self-driving cars is complex, but it offers many benefits, including increased safety and reduced traffic congestion. One of the most significant benefits is increased safety on the roads. The primary cause of traffic accidents is human error, and self-driving cars can address this issue by eliminating the requirement of human drivers, thus reducing the risk of accidents. So, coming to the description, to achieve the object detection accurately and in a fastly, we have gone through 4 steps. That is denoising, ground plane detection, vertical plane detection, and then point cloud cluster. Initially, the LiDAR sensor is mounted on a moving platform or a stationary platform to capture the data in a 3D view. So the sensor emits the laser pulses in all the directions and it records the surrounding 3D view. Then these captured files are then viewed in VeloView software. In VeloView software, the files are in the format of PCAP files. So then the MATLAB code is used to detect objects. So firstly, the first step for detection of vehicle is denoising. So the denoising refers to the process of removing or reducing noise from a signal or image. Denoising aims to improve the quality of the original signal by suppressing unwanted noise while preserving the underlying signal. It is done by removing the outliers of uniformly distributed noise. So the PCAP files captured by the LiDAR sensor have some noise which is needed to be removed. And with the help of MATLAB functions, the denoising is done. And the next step is to detect the ground plane. So in ground plane detection process, it is the process of identifying and extracting the ground plane in a 3D environment, usually from a point cloud. It provides a reference coordinate system and is used to determine the relative position. So in practical applications, the ground plane is often estimated from data such as point clouds, images, or LiDAR scans, and used for tasks such as object detection. And in the next step, we find vertical plane, which is the points other than ground plane. And then in the fourth step, a minimum number of points are clustered together to form point cloud clusters. Clustering is the process of organizing the collection of objects which has similar properties, known as cluster. The process of clustering involves grouping data points based on the similarities using an unsupervised machine learning technique. So a point cloud cluster refers to a group of points in a point cloud or a set of data that are close together in space. So from this figure, where a 3D view is taken from a LiDAR sensor, we can know the coordinates of the vehicles. And with the help of Euclidean distance formula, which is d equal to x2 minus x1 whole under root x2 minus x1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 whole square plus z2 minus z1 whole square, we can find out the distance between two vehicles. And these are the results from the PCAP file, including 4 steps. And first figure is, it is the picture captured by the LiDAR sensor and it is viewed in my MATLAB software. So this is after denoising the PCAP file. And this is the detection of ground plane. And this picture shows the point clouds other than ground plane, that is vertical plane. And these are the point cloud clusters. This is the segmentation has been done using point cloud cluster. And coming to the conclusion, The purpose of the work is to implement safe driving and self-driving to reduce the number of accidents in society. Vehicle detection using LiDAR sensors is a highly effective and reliable method of detecting and identifying vehicles in a wide range of applications, including autonomous driving, traffic monitoring, and road infrastructure management. LiDAR sensors provide a more accurate, all-weather, and faster method of detection compared to other sensors such as cameras or radars, and are able to provide better object classification and identification. These are the references. And thank you.
Thank you. Dear session chair, do you have any questions? Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So actually, you talked about the LiDAR session, right? So
Once
if the
again,
object is moving.
yeah.
Say for example, the human interactions. So did you check with the human interactions?
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. I
Am I
having
not
background noise also.
Okay. Now am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. So
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, your voice is breaking, ma'am. I'm having background noise. Okay, ma'am, no issue. We can move to the next presenter. I would like to call Vartika Srivastava to present the paper titled Integrated Approach for Yearly Prediction and Reduction of Liver Disease Using Machine Learning.
Please, couple of a second. I'm
Okay.
sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
Yeah, yes. Dear participant, kindly note, you could kindly.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening. So, dear participant, kindly in present your slot time is only 8 minutes. So, please try to complete within 8 minutes.
Okay. May I start?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vartika Srivastav. My today topic is integrated approach for early prediction and detection of a liver disease using machine learning. The objective of my research is to predict the disease at early stage using machine learning techniques. As we all know that the liver disease is increasing day by day, causing large number of death in a country. In this paper, I would like to predict the disease of a liver of for a human beings. Many people are suffer from a liver disease due to using of a drinking alcohol, taking drugs, and with the polluted gas in our environment, which is very because of pollution, the person's liver should be affected. The abstract is liver disease increasing day by day, causing a large number of dead, as we discussed earlier. In that, I'm using machine learning techniques so that it has to the doctor to automate the system, and doctor make their decision as very much earlier so that they start treatment as much as earlier. In
In this, I use the algorithm of a logistic regression, random forest classifier, KNN, gradient boost, to predict the accuracy, precision, and recall of the person. In logistic regression, logistic regression basically prediction of a classification problem in which we have a user binary classification problems in that we have a talk about the 0 and 1, where we have a x and y axes. X is the probably used for a independent, and here y is the probably used for a dependent values. And then I have used a random forest classifier. It is a basically a machine learning unsupervised technique in which it is a bagging technique. Bagging technique means the number of a decision tree are given in a data set. We divide our subset into a into a subset to predict the data and use the machine learning algorithm which gives a proper and accurate result of our data set. Then I use the KNN algorithm. In KNN algorithm, it is a supervised machine learning algorithm in which we have to product both classification and regression problem by using KNN. In that, I use the Euclidean distance for calculating the value, and then the gradient boost machine learning algorithm for both regression and classification problem. In that, it give a better for a better accuracy to integrate with a scikit-learn libraries. Here's a proposed work. In I predict my work in a various parameter like the number of a days, the stage of a person, age of a person, and what is the level of their drugs, acid, cholesterol level of a body, and bulimia. This chart shows that the graph of a cholesterol distribution in the number of a is in the term of a stage. We observe that the feature of such as a age, prothrombin, copper risk are increases as their future value is increases. As per the values increases, the risk of a liver disease is increasing day by day. This graph shows that the in this graph we have a gender and acid both two value of here is a 0 and 1 value. 0 is the true positive and 1 is stays at the true negative value. Here we observe that the stage of across acid, the risk of a disease are higher with the increase of acid. As per acid is increasing, the risk of liver disease is increasing. This given graph of a logistic regression, in that is shown performance evolution. We observe that the in x-axis we have a false positive rate, and in y-axis we have a true positive rate, and the possible classification threshold are performs. So this graph shows that the performance of a classification model and classification threshold. And this is the confusion matrix of a logistic regression. Here we observe the by that graph we observe the precision and accuracy value of our result. This is the result part in which when I predict the with various model, I got the highest accuracy with logistic regression from my data set. Coming to the conclusion part, this project is proposed to the predict the liver disease of any patient, so that doctor have comes in a automation mode. Doctor have to utilize the technology which is developed in day by day by using various algorithm like a logistic regression, random forest classifier, KNN, and gradient boost. In my proposed work from a logistic regression, I got the 94% accuracy from my data set. This is the reference. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you. Dear Sachin Shah, do you have any questions?
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Vartika, I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your what is your size of your data set and where did you
Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
see, what I was asking is what is the size of your data and where did you get the data from?
Ma'am,
Question.
I get the data from a various platform. I collect the data from a GitHub also, from Kaggle also, and I combine all the data set to make I have a use at least 5,000 data set with 20 attributes. I have a 20 row 5,000 rows and 20 columns to predict to doing this accuracy.
Very good. But where did you get that from?
Sorry, ma'am.
Where did you get that data from?
Ma'am,
Is it
I
from one
collect.
scan? No, from from a doctor or?
No, ma'am. The data which is available on a Kaggle and GitHub.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you. It is a very good topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I would like to call Anita Singh to present a paper titled Utilization of Cocoa Pit in Improving Soil Quality, a case study.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so I am sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes.
Okay. Wait a second. Yeah. So I am here to give a brief about our work titled Utilization of Cocoa Peat in Improving Soil Quality, a case study, which is authored by Anita Singh and Mansi Bansal. So here is a short biography of the authors. So Dr. Anita Singh is, wait a second, let me shift it quite above. Yeah. So biography, Dr. Anita Singh is basically right now working as assistant professor in C's department at Deen Bandhu Choturam University of Science and Technology, Murthal, India since February 2010 and has more than 12 years of teaching and research experience. And she has received her PhD from DCRUST, India in 2021. Her research work was basically focused on various heavy metals in water and soil. She has made significant contribution to research development and teaching, and right now she is guiding 2 PhD students and many postgraduate students. Although she has published many research papers in international journals and also contributed articles to national and international conferences. So her research interest is in the field of wastewater treatment using different techniques. So coming to another author, Mansi Bansal, I am basically a research scholar and I received my bachelor's degree in zoology from University of Delhi in 2022, and I did my master's from the same university, DCRUST Murthal, in environmental science in 2022, and my area of interest is soil sciences. Yeah. So coming to the abstract, I'm now gonna give a brief introduction. So soil degradation is a problem which is being faced worldwide. So we can call it a global pandemic. So to solve that issue, one of the mitigation measures involves integrated nutrient management and organic amendments. So cocoa peat is one of such organic amendment which is locally available. So let me give you brief about cocoa peat. Cocoa peat is basically we obtain it from coconut shell, and coconut shell is not used as it is. It is first of all washed, screened, graded, and refined, and then converted into cocoa bean. So it is easily available, and it is obtained from various coconut processing industries and is obtained in abundant amount. But most of the times, the coconut husk that we obtain from these industries is either discarded as waste or either burned. So we have to find one of the sustainable way to use that waste. So one such way is using cocoa peat in various applications. So various previous studies proposed cocoa peat use as soilless growing media with few organic amendments. as soil ameliorate, improving soil inherent properties. Inherent is basically the intrinsic properties, which involves physical and chemical properties, and as a source of readily available plant nutrients. But in this study, we are evaluating the effect of coco peat amended soil on physical and chemical properties of soil and on plant growth of Clitoria terniata seedlings. Coming to the experimental setup, this study was conducted for a period of 60 days from mid-April to mid-June, as that is the best period for the growth of these seedlings. And this setup consisted of 10 combinations of coco peat and soil. So we basically amended the soil with coco peat in increasing concentration. That is, in port number 1, we have 0% coco peat and 100% soil. And then from port number 1 to 10, we increase the concentration of coco peat from 0% to 100%. So in this study, we have considered port number 1, which only contains soil and no coco peat at all as the control. And the plant maintenance included daily irrigation and application of chemical fertilizers. So these are the various parameters that we have studied in our study. Among these, the moisture content, water holding capacity, bulk density, and soil porosity are the physical characters. pH, electrical conductivity, and total organic matter are the chemical parameters, whereas the plant moisture content, plant shoot and root length, absolute growth rate, fresh and dry weight, root is to shoot ratio, these all are the morphological parameters of the plant. So coming to the results, these are the various graphs showing the changes in physical properties of the soil. So first of all, as you can see, the first graph is showing the effect of coco peat on moisture content. As clearly visible from the graph, as we increase the coco peat concentration from 10 to 100, moisture content of the media increase. So coming to what is the soil moisture content, it refers to the water content of the soil, and it is often said and obviously previously studied that most of the high moisture content means most of the nutrients are more soluble, and also the roots can easily uptake the soluble nutrients. So increased moisture content is quite beneficial to the plants. Second is water holding capacity. Coming to the water holding capacity, it is one of the key markers of soil health and productivity, as it is often, and also we can see that as we increase the coco peat concentration from 10% to 100%, water holding capacity of the media increase. And one of the advantages of increased water holding capacity is that pesticides and nutrients are less likely to seep from soil or from media with high water holding capacity. Coming to the bulk density is basically degree of soil compaction. We calculated the bulk density by dividing dry weight of soil by its volume, and the volume includes both volume of soil particles as well as its pore. So as we can see, as we increase the coco peat concentration, the bulk density decreased, which is quite beneficial from the plants and for the media. As first of all, low bulk density has low transportation problems, and also it increases the pore space. And when the pore space is increased, the soil aeration potential and its water content increases. So which is quite beneficial for the plant growth. Coming to the porosity, as we can see, as we increase the concentration from 10% to 100%. Any problem? Okay. So as we increase the concentration from 10 to 100%, soil porosity increased. Now coming to what is soil porosity, this is the volume fraction which is mostly responsible for the movement of water and aeration in the media. So higher the porosity, more easily the water and nutrients and air can pass, can enter and can exit the media easily. So this is all about physical properties of the media that we have studied. Coming to the chemical properties includes pH, EC, and total organic matter. So as we are seeing, basically, as we increase the concentration of coco peat, the pH decreased, and the lowest pH is observed in 100% coco peat. And low pH is quite beneficial because most of the nutrients that plants need are soluble at low pH than at high pH, and also at high pH most of the nutrients precipitate and become unavailable to plants. Coming to EC, which is electrical conductivity. EC generally gives us the idea about amount of organic ions present in the sample. So EC, although low EC indicates low salinity level, but it also indicates low inorganic ions that is needed to support the plant growth. So as we increase the concentration of coco peat in our samples, the EC increased, and high EC means plants have easy access to ions. Coming to total organic matter, as we are seeing, as we increase the coco peat concentration, the total organic matter of the media increased. It is basically measure of the total organic carbon and total organic carbon present in the media, and it is quite evident that 100% coco peat has highest amount of total organic matter, and soil with higher organic matter holds more water than soil with low organic matter. And also on long-term basis, if we use coco peat, it can improve the soil organic carbon content easily. Coming to moisture content, this is basically the plant moisture content. That is amount of water present in the plant. It varies basically with the season and the watering pattern. Coming to the morphological parameters of the plants. So here we are sorry. So here we have studied two parameters, shoot length and root length. In this study, we have measured the plant growth by two parameters. That is by measuring shoot length and by measuring its measuring its dry weight. So coming to the shoot length, as compared to control, most of the plants we obtain from coco peat has higher shoot length and root length as compared to the control, that is 100% soil. Similar in the case with root length. Coming to AGR, and yes, maximum shoot length we have observed in 50% coco peat, that is 50% coco peat and 50% soil. Coming to AGR is basically our absolute growth rate, which is defined as plant growth per unit time. AGR is often calculated for plants which are of same age or which are of same initial height, and we have taken the second parameter, that is we have taken the plants with the same initial height. So AGR tells about the plant growth and its rate. So we have seen that maximum AGR is observed in 50% coco peat, and the lowest AGR is observed in 100% coco peat. So it is also one of our conclusions that 100% coco peat is not suitable for the growth of plants, as 100% coco peat has maximum water holding capacity that may affect aeration of the media, which adversely affect the plant growth. Coming to fresh and dry weight of the plants, fresh weight is basically difference between fresh weight and dry weight is that fresh weight we take as we uproot the plants from the soil at the same time, whereas dry weight is observed after drying them in oven or in natural conditions for around 2 to 3 days and then weighing them. And one of the reliable parameters to measure plant growth is dry weight, because often the water content of the plant varies with the season and the watering pattern. So it is better to measure plant growth in terms of its dry weight. So in this graph, the maximum dry weight is observed in the plant which is grown in the media containing 50% coco peat and 50% soil. And coming to root is to shoot ratio. Root is to shoot ratio basically indicates the growth and survival rate of the plant. So plants which have better root growth are often better capable to cope with the drought conditions and can easily adapt to the environment and have better growth and survival rates. And the maximum root and shoot ratio is observed again in 50% coco peat. Coming to the conclusion that we have drawn from our study. First of all, coco peat application improved soil inherent in physical and chemical properties. Second, as compared to control, that is 100% soil with no coco peat at all, coco peat application showed positive effects on morphological parameters that we have just studied: fresh weight, dry weight, shoot length, root length, AGR of Apargita seedlings. Apargita is basically a common Indian name for the Clitoria terniata seedlings, indicated by enhanced seedling height, that is stem height, and root length and dry weight of the plants. Best composition, if we are going to consider for growth of Clitoria terniata seedlings, according to us, is 50:50. That is equal amounts of both soil and coco peat. Now, to use coco peat as growing media, it needs organic amendments. We can't use coco peat as it is without any fertilizer or any organic amendment. It needs organic amendments to support plant growth, as in this case is soil incorporation along with fertigation, as we have incorporated soil along with a few chemical fertilizers in our study. Coming to last conclusion, that is 100% coco-peat is not suitable for growth of Clitoria terniata seedlings due to poor aeration caused by high water holding capacity. These are the tables supporting material that is supporting our work. As we can see, these are the data we have find out, and this is the morphological parameters. Thank you. I'm open to questions if anyone want to ask anything.
Thank you. Dear,
Ms. Madhuri.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Madhuri. Yeah, the question which I have is, you have finally concluded that it is 50-50, right?
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
Clitoria. Now, can we generalize this finding?
Ma'am, your
Can
voice
we
is not
generalize?
audible.
No, my question is, can we generalize this finding?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You mean to say for all seedlings, this 50-50 ratio is apt?
No, ma'am. I am just considering this ratio for Clitoria terniata seedlings that I have used in my study, not for all seedlings. For other seedlings, this composition can vary.
Okay, and it is a flowering plant, is it not, Clitoria?
Sorry, ma'am.
It is a flowering plant, right?
Yeah, it is a flowering plant.
Okay. Did you observe the number of flowers also?
No, ma'am. There was not because the study period was just 60 days. So around.
Yeah. Okay. So if you had extended the study, you would have even seen that, no? The number of flowers which got and the size of the flowers, color of the flowers, smell of the flower.
I want to accelerate this study further.
Okay. Anyway, well conducted study and well presented also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
hello.
Yeah.
Actually, you mixed up several with coconut, right? So how many generations?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. Tanuja, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I have questions. Okay, I will try to chat. Put it in the chat.
Hello.
I will try to put it in the chat.
Yeah, okay. Mansi, please wait.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Mansi.
Welcome.
I would like to call Vaibhav Vishra to present the paper titled A Multi-Sectoral Assessment of the Opportunities and Challenges in Employing Green Hydrogen-Based Energy System in India.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm listening to you. I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay.
Actually, not able to share my screen from my Apple laptop.
Okay. Is it possible to share any other way?
Oh, I can mail it to you. You can run it from there. It's already.
Once again. Okay. Ma'am, have you where have you shared the PPT? To which mail ID?
I have shared it to same ICMESS.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. Okay, we have to retrieve it from the mail. So why don't we move to the next presentation? Meanwhile, then we can do our survivors next. Is it okay?
I'm okay. I have forwarded you the presentation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just download it and I'll just do the thing. Meanwhile, we can proceed with the next. Okay, for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Mrs. Juno and Joseph to present on role of community in rural tourism, a case study on Kumbalagodu Panchayat, Bangalore. Okay, is there a Aishwarya Padmadas available to present the presentation?
Have you got my file?
Next presentation. Yes, ma'am, I will move to the next presentation. May I call upon Monica Yadav to present on the durability of organic blended lime mortar and the shear bond of the blended mortar in brick monastery. Okay, I don't think there is a Monica Yadav available. I call upon Subhashini to present on derivation alternator rings. Mr. Ashil, can you present it?
Yes.
Yes, Ashil, you can proceed with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. One second, ma'am. Is this screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Good afternoon, all of. My name is Harshal Bhumeshwar Shahare, and I am PG student from Department of Civil Engineering, YCC in Nagpur. And today I am here to present on my topic, structural response of pre-engineering building, industrial structure using cold form steel subjected to lateral load. In India, has the second fastest growing economy in the world, and a lot this is the abstract. The pre-engineering building concept is the modern
Mr. Ashil, is there any problem?
Yes, ma'am. The screen is not visible. One second. Abstract. The pre-engineering building concept is the modern method of building single-level industrial structure. Thanks to its high quality pre-design and pre-fabrication, as well as its light affordable construction. This technology is adaptable. Pre-engineering building pre-engineering building are low-rise steel building that houses industries and workshop. They are designed for other buildings by relatively segment based on the ideal, which is using tapered section and cold form steel section profile to construct the pre-engineering building. This paper investigates the structural behavior of several different cold form steel profile and investigate different lateral loads affecting on the PEB structure using software such as StatPro. Uh, Keywords are pre-engineering building industrial structure. Introduction. In India has the second fastest growing economy in the world, and a lot of it is attributed to its construction industry, which figures just next to agriculture and economic contribution to the nation. In its steadfast development, the construction industry has discovered, invented the lightweight buildings and other types of steel buildings, such as pre-engineering building and conventional steel building. Uh, in this uh, in this pre-engineering building, the material of pre-engineering building is fabricated in factories, and the plant where steel material is being um, manufactured, and the complete finished product to the site from the single supplier with a basic structural steel framework with attached factory cladding, roofing, and other components. The structure is erected on the site by bolting the various buildings components together as per specification. The pre-engineering buildings are developed using potential design software. The onset of technological advancement in enabling 3D modeling and detailing of the proposed structure and coordination has revolutionized conventional steel building. What is pre-engineering building? The pre-engineering building are the engineering building which are fabricated at factory and assembled at site. Usually PEB are steel structure built up section and fabricated at factories to exact site, transported to site, assembly at the site with bolted connection. This is the picture of pre-engineering building, having column, rafter, girds, bracings, and gantry girder. The objectives of the paper are to study the effect of lateral load on PEB industrial structure as per Indian standard codes, to study the variation of steel used in PEB industrial structure with different lateral load, analysis of PEB industrial structure in different seismic zone, and with the different speed of wind load using software to determine the characteristics of high strength steel which influence their performance, to compare the steel with a uh, different different size and different categories with their high tensile and high performance. The scope of project is by using the cold form steel structure. Earthquake resistant structure can be constructed as the lightweight compared to hot roll section. The cold form steel physical properties allow it is to used in a wide range of environment. Pre-engineering building industrial structure warehouses, used in warehouses, mid-rise building can be constructed. These are the components of PEB. In this picture, the so many types of components are shown. Uh, uh, Rigid frame, rod bracing, gird, rafter, purlin, door, roof extension, gutter, downspout, sliding door, window, main door, louvers, rod bracing, roof panel, rigid ventilator. This is the picture of elevation of pre-engineering building. Uh, uh, these are the purlins, and the columns are placed at side of wall sheeting and EV strut, roof sheeting, EV strut. These are the merits and demerits of cold form over the hot roll section. Comparison parameters, design consideration. The cold form steel is local distortional and global buckling considered, and in hot roll steel only global buckling is considered. Uh, in the comparison of design parameters, the cold form steel panels are longer than the hot rolls steel sections, and hot roll steels are open web section are fabricated. Flexibility of shapes. Flexibility is unique, and the cold form steel is flexible in all shapes, where the sheets, the jet purlin and sea purlin are manufactured at room temperature. Uh, but it is opposite to the hot roll section. Hot roll section are uh, ma- made with the 1000 to 1200 degree Celsius temperature, and its standard and limitation of shape connection. In cold form steel section, the simple standard bolted connection and bolted connection is used. In cold form steel section, the welded connection is avoided because of its nature of attaching with bolted, because of the welding is not suitable for cold form steel. In hot roll section, the connection are very complicated. In this, the two types of connection are used. Bolted and welded connection are also possible. Uh, we are consider about the economy. The cost of cold form steel is low of cost of manufacturing and high in in hot roll steel section, the high cost of manufacturing. These are the some literature review about the cold form steel section, which are used in uh, pre-engineering building as per the wind load effect and seismic analysis. The geometry and dimension of the structure is length is 42 meter, width is 30 meter, height is 7.5 meter, type of roof is pitch roof, slope 1:10, base spacing is 7 meter, city Nagpur, and we consider design for basic wind speed 44 meter per second. This is the 3D model of pre-engineering building, which we have designed in using STAD Pro software with using tapered section and cold form steel section. Here is the results of software using STAD-Pro. The maximum deflection of wind load effect using on PEB structure is 1.4.77 1.417 mm. It is the maximum deflection. These are the displacement on the column on the PEB structure. After that, shear is designed as in the software in y direction. Here is the 9.89 kilonewton is the high deflection. As per wind load calculation from I875 part 3, the height of structure is 7.5 meter height, and basic wind speed is 44 meter per second. The topography factor is K1 is 1, K2 is 1.00, and K3 is 1. The basic wind speed is 44 and design wind speed is 50.6 meter per second. And the load is acting on the PEB structure is 1430.21 Newton per mm, Newton per meter square. After that, assume the height for 10 meter. When we are increasing the height of structure, the lateral load and the other basic wind speed and design wind speed is increased because of its high high basic wind speed and design wind speed. Here is the loads on structure. Height is 0 to 10 meter. The basic wind speed is the design wind speed is 1430.35 Newton per meter square. The force is applied on structure at 0 to 10 meter is 5.886 kilonewton per meter. 10 to 15 is 6 point some 6.15 to 20 meter height. Then the design wind speed is 1693.67 and the force is 6.94 kilonewton. At the height of 20 to 30 meter, the force is 7.21. At the height of 30 to 40, the force is 7.90 kilonewton per meter. The basic wind speed for Nagpur is 44 meter per second. The design wind speed is VZ. This is the result we can show here. The height of the structure is increased, then the wind speed is increased. With their results, the force is applied on the structure is different due to different loading on the and different basic wind speed. We can design the same structure for other cities also. The design wind speed is changed due to the changes in basic wind speed and the height of the structure. Here is the force in kilonewton and the height of the structure. The height of the structure is increased, then the force is increased with their height increase. Conclusion. In the case of beams with slender element, local buckling influence the behavior of pre-engineering building. Cold form steel or tapered section steel provides an efficient solution to construct industrial structure in different terrain category. It can be interpreted that the cold form steel section shows 17.37% more load carrying capacity than the hot rolled steel. The steel members with the thick flanges are preferable for small unbraced length ratio, whereas overall slenderness ratio of the member govern the design of high unbraced length ratio. Use of slender element may lead to a good design with minimum height weight ratio of the section. Using a pre-engineering building instead of conventional steel building may be reducing the steel quantity and thus reducing the construction cost, and reducing in the steel quantity definitely reducing the dead load. Reduction in the dead load, reducing the size of foundation, and reducing is all but not the performance and lifespan in the unique property of pre-engineered, and using pre-engineering increase the aesthetic view of structure. These are the references. Thank you. Any question?
Ma'am, do you have any questions, or we can move to the next presentation, ma'am? For the next presentation, I would like to call Subhashini to present on derivation alternator rings.
Madam, I can present now, Vaibhav Mishra.
After this presentation, you'll be
Can you hear me?
Yes, Subhashini. Yes, continue. Mr. Vaibhav Mishra, you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So you will be doing the screen sharing, right?
Yeah, you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see it.
Fine. So should I start? I will be presenting my paper on an multi-sectoral assessment of the challenges and opportunities of establishing a hydrogen-based energy system in India. I am Vaibhav Mishra, research scholar and an army officer, and my guide is Dr. Nilesh Ware, is an associate professor in DIT Pune. So to start with, I can just say that India has shown great commitment towards fighting the climate change, be it the resolve for establishing 500 gigawatts of renewable energy projects, or to reduce its carbon emissions by 1 billion ton, or to sponsor its energy requirement 50% through renewables. India has shown a great resolve. Latest, India has also announced a policy to go carbon neutral by 2070. And in that quest, it has also embarked on a national hydrogen mission. Now, this is important because hydrogen is becoming a preferred option for carbon decarbonization of very hard to abate sectors. This is seen as an opportunity by many nations, not only to mitigate their climate signatures, but also for reducing their import bills, maximizing use of domestic resources, and ensuring the energy security. India, which is blessed with a large domestic market, has already got low-cost renewable electricity and cheap labor, has a starting advantage to carve a niche for itself in this field. Therefore, if the prospects of India are so high, the aim of this paper was to assess the demand side pulls and the supply side levers, so that which can facilitate the implementation of a hydrogen energy-based system in India and to fulfill its mandates of National Hydrogen Mission. So to do this, I have done a three-step evaluation in establishing the hydrogen demand. That is to see the sectors where hydrogen is currently being used, then extrapolate those demands as per the CAGR or as per the SDS scenarios to 2050, or in the sectors where fossil fuels are being used, identify those places where hydrogen can be replaced, and then evaluate the demand. To assess the potential of India to fulfill, I have used the GIS overlays prepared by World Bank, ISRO, as well as the MNRE with the help of NIWE. So for the assessment of demands, I've identified a few sectors, the first of which is fertilizers. India is the second largest consumer and third largest producer, in which it uses urea, that is many nitrogenous fertilizers, DAP, and complex fertilizers. We consume 56 million tons in 21-22, and at the growth rate of 5.7%, we assume that it will touch 96 metric ton in 2050. Even if we're considering the impact of zero budget farming and the change in use of fertilizer pattern, as per the table given below, I have assessed the requirement of green hydrogen to be between 6.35 to 7.16 metric tons. As far as methanol is concerned, it is being used for production of various chemicals, that is formaldehyde, acetic acid, and plastics. Most of the demand in India is being imported because to produce it from natural gas is very cost prohibitive. The GOI also plans to produce 30 metric tons of methanol using direct coal to methanol technologies, biomass, and electricity. As per the resources available, only 40% of this can be sponsored from biomass or standard gas or municipal solid waste, while the balance has to come from coal as well as e-methanol. Based on this, I estimate the requirement of green hydrogen for producing 10 metric tons of e-methanol will be 2050. In 2050 will be 2 tons approximately, 2 metric tons. For the petroleum refineries, hydrogen is being used for desulfurization of the crude oil. India plans to increase its refining capability to 500 metric tons per annum. Considering that even in the most sustainable scenarios, the 50% of the requirement will continue to come from petroleum products, I have come to the figure of 3 metric tons of green hydrogen for conducting desulfurization of petroleum products. As far as the iron and steel and industry is concerned, we produce and consume a lot of steel, that is approximately 100 metric tons, and this is going to rise approximately to 350 to 450 metric tons in 2050. In case the bucket of production technologies being used in India has a wide variance. I have identified 2 technologies where green hydrogen can be used, that is hydrogen direct reduction. In case we start to go green in steel from today onwards and assume that by 50%, that by 2050, 50% of steel produced in country will be green steel, we would be requiring 11 metric tons of green hydrogen for doing so. As far as industrial heat is concerned, though there are a lot of many avenues for using hydrogen there, but direct electrification is more beneficial, and therefore I have not taken this sector into account. As far as electric storage is concerned, there are many options, but for the long storage purpose, hydrogen emerges as the best cost-effective option. That too in the case where the contribution of variable renewable electricity exceeds 85% in the grid. There we need to store 10% of the energy as a stored energy to tide over the variations that come from day-to-day variations or seasonal variations or yearly variations. For that purpose, we may require 16 metric tons of hydrogen for giving a backup to 5,300 terawatt hours of electricity consumption. As far as marine fuel is concerned, India is presently using just 1% of the global fuel demand. And though there are many options, probably the use of ammonia and hydrogen is deemed to be most suitable in addition to the use of biofuels. So many reputed organizations have come out with scenarios where as to how would be the future mix of marine sector. Listed of few of them are in the table. I have used the ABS sustainability scenario, which takes 50% use of conventional fuels and 50% use of the new fuels. And accordingly have worked out that in case the India share in marine sector continues to stay at 1%, we would require 0.5 metric ton. And in case we want to go net neutral by 2050 or 2017, then the requirement would just double up. As far as the aviation is concerned, India consumes somewhere around 7 to 8% of the global share of global demand, and it is likely to remain either increase or remain the same at this level. Here, one more aspect is to see as to which sector of the aviation segment emits the most. So I have plotted a chart in front of you where I have given the percentages of emissions which are coming from various kinds of flights and what is the percentage of their composition in the overall aviation fleet. It will be seen from there that the short, medium, and long range contribute to the maximum number of emissions and account for more than 50% of flight. If this is the segment to be targeted, then probably sustainable aviation fuel and hydrogen are the only 2 options left for these 2 segments, as electrification and other options are technologically unavailable at the present for this. If that be the scenario that we have to produce around 48 to 160 metric tons of hydrogen, I take the lower end and share that India share will be 8%, and accordingly approximately 4 metric tons of hydrogen will be required for this. Similarly, in the heavy road transport sector, the of hydrogen will be there for heavy duty trucks. And there I presume that even if India wants to go net neutral by 2070, the peak has to come in 2050. Therefore, in 2050, all of our trucks either have to go electric or have to be powered by hydrogen. In that case, I am taking the lowest of options, that is approximately 21% powered by hydrogen and balanced by electric trucks. In that case, the requirement will be 18 metric ton. So overall, I have summarized these in the table. Therefore, it comes out that we would be requiring 61 metric tons of hydrogen in case we want to go net neutral and to want to promote hydrogen economy. As the time passes by, probably the requirements in fertilizer sector and refining sector would go down, but the requirements in marine, aviation, and transport sector will continue to grow up. And this would entail an 8 to 9-fold increase in the requirement of green hydrogen from what it is being produced now in India. As far as the challenges are concerned, probably the first one is the cost of green hydrogen, because it is competes with the cost of gray hydrogen, which is presently at around 160 to rupees 200 per kg. Therefore, the cost of green hydrogen has to fall at 1 $1 per kg for production and $1 per kg for production. For transportation. As far as I see, there are a lot of drivers which can help promote this, including the incentives and the interest being shown by various business houses. So as the hydrogen percolates in the economy, probably the cost will automatically come down. To produce this requirement of hydrogen, probably we would require a total of 7,600 terawatt hours of renewable energy, including 5,000 for other sectors. This I am presuming that electrolyzers will continue to work at the rate of 50 kilowatt hour per kilogram of hydrogen. So in case the amount of renewable electricity that is required is going to jump from 9 to 20 folds over the present pace, maybe the pace of hydrogen percolation or hydrogen green economy may be affected. To assess the potential, what I have used is the GIS overlays oblique the atlases produced by MNRE as well as World Bank Group, and it can be seen from the top two maps that the potential of wind energy and the potential of solar energy is maximum in the northwestern and the southwestern parts of India, whereas the industries which are shown in the bottom right corner, they are conglomerated all over the country. In any case, the spread of these industries where the hydrogen is required to be produced is not more than 100 to 150 kilometers from the source where the potential of high solar energy and high wind exists. So in all, I have come to know that even with a high capacity utilization factor of 30% and more, where the plants become viable, there are enough opportunities for India to source these from renewable sources. As far as the requirement of water is concerned, electrolysis does require 9 liters of water for every kg of hydrogen. This amounts to though 549 million cubic meters, but it is just 0.05% of India's total requirement. However, we should not be drawing complacency from this because most of the India is already water stressed. Although we can derive water from by employing desalination plant, and the better part is whatever water you use during electrolysis is reconverted when you use the hydrogen, and water is reproduced again. That too high quality water. As far as land is concerned, maybe the use of solar and wind will lead to better utilization of land, because the current utilization of fossil fuel leads to more wastage of land. And if we want to fulfill the requirement of more than 5,000 gigawatt of RE capacity, just 3.45% of India's land would be required. In addition, we can go offshore, we can use the rooftop solar, and many innovative ways like covering the canals or the highways or the railway tracks or the electrification towers with solar panels to conserve on land also, and as well as find place and means to generate solar as well as wind energy. One more aspect in this is the requirement of minerals, where I can see the requirement of copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and platinum is going to increase 2 to 4 folds. Though India is not rich in these resources, it has to secure imports from other countries so that the free flow of materials increase. Overall, my findings are that we have sufficient opportunities to employ hydrogen at industrial scales, and green hydrogen, because of the levers that exist in India, will become cost competitive much faster than in other countries. The requirement is large, and the proportion that can be produced in India is, though it is double of the requirement, but still it is not very high. Therefore, we have to employ other means, more efficient methods like thermal and plasma pyrolysis or electrolysis of ammonia to be more efficient in our usage. Similarly, other low carbon hydrogens like steam methane reforming and carbon capture and storage also have to be seen. We have to go beyond solar PV, like use geothermal, hydro, nuclear, etc. And if required, also check out for imports from other nations which are rich in RE energy, like Australia, Africa, Peru, and so on and so forth. So as way ahead, I can just see that India should be selecting high sites for establishing hybrid plants, because with that, probably the commercial viability becomes higher. We should be establishing utilities like data management, monitoring, and forecasting, which can help the investors to gain confidence and invest more. And last, our framework for integrating the various variable energy projects into the national grid has also been found out. We have to continue with the incentivization of allowing 100% FDI, continuing with tax and waivers, having purchase obligations or production link incentives, and also establishing an in-house MRO ecosystem so that the industry is empowered and projects don't fail. Lastly, training and skill development as required in all the projects will also be beneficial. In conclusion, I can just say India has great potential in terms of demand as well as supply to create a niche for itself, and also stay ahead of the technology curve by entering into this market as an early mover. This is all I have to say. Thank you so much. I'm open for questions.
Actually, your presentation, your ideas are good, but the storage problem is very direct. You didn't talk about the storage.
I will talk about the storage, ma'am. I can clarify, though I mentioned in the passing. The requirement to store renewable energy comes only when the VRE penetration in the grid is beyond 85%. This will happen in India because we are going very big on VRE penetration, but the requirement to store is only 10%. In case of India, our seasonal variations between what happens between summers and winters and intraday variations are not much, because throughout the year, 300 days in a year, we do get solar irradiation at a very high scale. Therefore, the requirement to store is not very large. Maximum is 10% for European countries. For India, probably it will be much lesser.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next presentation, I would like to call upon Subhashini.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So just wait, I will share the screen. So other participant is still sharing the screen?
Yes, Mr. Vaibhav Mishra, kindly stop the sharing, screen sharing.
Just stop.
Ma'am, is there any problem or can we move to the next presentation, ma'am?
Yeah, next move, please.
Yeah, okay.
So move, please. Call to Spurti Krishna, please.
For the next presentation, I would like to call upon Shruti Dhawan to present on exploring the link between perceived justice and organization citizenship behavior among doctors.
Micro
Good evening. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so good evening. We'll be presenting an article on exploring the link between perceived justice and organizational citizenship behavior among doctors. So I, along with my research supervisor, Professor Vandana Maini, would be presenting the same. So organizational justice has been identified as one of the most significant antecedents of OCB. And it has been observed that employees engage in OCB to repay the organizations for the equitable treatment they receive. Organizational justice is nothing but the perception of employees about how fair their organizations are. So the purpose of our study was to examine the influence of the two dimensions of organizational justice, distributive and procedural, on OCB among 80 doctors working in Delhi. And correlational analysis findings suggested that OCB had significant and positive relationship with procedural and distributive justice. So the term organizational citizenship behavior denotes the formal role obligations which are not elicited by a contractual guarantee of compensation. This behavior refers to the extra role behaviors that employees perform, which are over and above their regular obligations or formal role obligations, and they're not asked to do such behaviors, but they do it out of because of various reasons. So Oregon in 1988 proposed a taxonomy of OCB that included 5 dimensions, which are the most important and primary dimensions of OCB: altruism, consciousness, sportsmanship, courtesy, and civic virtue. On the other hand, perceived organizational justice, this term was coined by Greenberg in 1987. It refers to how people perceive fairness in their organizations. So justice was proved as an important antecedent of OCB in a series of publications by Oregon and other researchers as well in social sciences research. So it was believed that fair transactions, they cultivate social exchange relationships. That is, people would love to reciprocate behavior because of fair dealings in their organizations. So the two main dimensions of justice that we are discussing are distributive and procedural justice. So review of literature: Cropanzo and Bayan investigated the connection between workplace justice and OCB, and the authors stated that yes, justice had a significant impact on OCB. And similar findings were validated by other researchers like Dolan, Naderi, Genova, who confirmed that distributive justice and procedural justice were important predictors of organizational citizenship behavior among employees. So data was collected from 80 doctors working in Max Multi-Speciality Hospital in New Delhi. And the significance of our study is that the Indian healthcare system is rapidly evolving, and there is a need to expand the health workforce to meet the healthcare needs. And COVID-19 also woke the whole healthcare industry up. So to make quality healthcare a pervasive concept, it requires medical practitioners to provide highest quality of care to their patients. And the practitioners can only provide good quality care if the hospital managements are fair in their dealings towards them. So hospital managements then need to motivate their doctors so that doctors also achieve high quality service in return. So the study aims to understand how justice impacts the way doctors perform extra role behaviors, that is going beyond their roles. Okay, so for organizational justice, the scale by Colquitt was used, and for measuring OCB, the scale by Podaskov et al. Were used for measuring their OCBs. And the two main hypotheses of the study were the HO1, there is a significant relationship between procedural justice and OCB, and HO2, there is a significant relationship between distributive justice and OCB. So here are the findings of the correlational analysis. We used Pearson correlation analysis using IBM SPSS, and we can see the correlation coefficient for procedural justice and OCB is 0.225, and that's significant. And for distributive justice and OCB, it's 0.247, and that too is significant. So that implies that with an increase in these dimensions of justice, there may be an increase in OCB. So if the organizations are fair procedurally and the distribution is also fair, so that will eventually lead to an increase in OCB among employees. So both the hypotheses were accepted. So we can conclude that yes, justice or fairness in dealings plays a very important role in impacting the way employees work. It actually impacts the way employees go over and above beyond their formal role descriptions. So it would be useful to offer some suggestions to hospital managements who wish to enhance OCBs among their employees, who wish to improve quality among their doctors. So they should pay attention to being polite and honest in their interactions with their subordinates, and fair implementation of policies, procedures, fair distribution of awards, resources, and responsibilities. So fair allocation of awards, responsibilities is actually distributive justice, how responsibilities, resources, rewards are distributed. Whereas procedural justice is how fairly the procedures are implemented in a workplace. So the managements, hospital managements in particular, they should strive to establish a transparent communication system with their doctors and include their ideas in the decision-making process. So these are our references, and thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next presentation, I would like to call upon Manish Sharma. Manish Sharma to present on wind and solar based hybrid power charging station for electric vehicles.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Good evening, ma'am. My presentation is regarding wind and solar based hybrid power charging station for EV. Content है अपने introduction, block diagram of the system, introduction of renewable sources used, controlling of the system, simulation model of the system, simulation results, conclusion, references. Introduction. The plant system is a wind PV based renewable power generating system. The system is synchronized with grid parameters to enhance the system efficiency, to make the system more cost effective, and inclusion of renewable sources over the conventional use generating sources. In this system, the PWM control technique is used along with the BSC for synchronizing the output of the renewable sources along with the grid parameters. Block diagram of the system is this three-phase AC system, conventional system, BI measurement port, and three-phase circuit breaker, transformer port, step down, step up, measurement, again measurement port, AC/DC converters. Now the wind turbine and PV array. The renewable sources arrangement is here. Wind turbine and PV arrays are here is the synchronous generator. After that, AC/DC converter. The both supply PV array supply DC and AC/DC convert synchronous generator convert into DC to DC link. After the three-phase inverter is connected, the supply is given to AC/DC converter, and after that EV batteries supply is given to EV batteries. Renewable sources, PV array. Solar cells could be defined as a combination of a p-type semiconductor and an n-type semiconductor. The representation of a solar PV cell is done as a current source connected in parallel with the diode. The output of the PV cell is a function of the atmospheric conditions, that is temperature and irradiance. The equivalent diagram of the solar cell is as on the screen. There is a cell is parallel to diode and the resistance output is DC output. Here you can see input given in the MATLAB is the irradiation and temperature inputs 25 degree centigrade and 1000 lux is the input as received on the MATLAB. Renewable sources wind generator. Renewable sources wind generator. In this system, the synchronous generator are used with the wind turbine as it has its application with variable speed wind speeds. These generators generate variable voltage and variable frequency power. The output is thus controlled using an AVR by controlling the excitation of the field voltage. These generators do not require a pitch control mechanism, which causes stress on the turbine and increase the cost. In addition, these generators of multiple type do not require a gearbox.
Thank you for your presentation. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. So for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Shruti Krishna.
Hi, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Yeah. I can't share my screen since the other participant is already doing so.
Yes, just a little.
Yeah.
Mr. Manish Sharma, kindly stop sharing your screen. Shruti, you can start. Yes.
This is visible, right?
Yes, yes, proceed.
Yeah. I express my gratitude for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Myself, Spurti Krishna, I'm here to present my paper on reforms that are required in the abortion laws with the change in the dynamics of in the human rights. This paper has been co-authored by Dr. K. Subhashini and Dr. Nazreen Noor. The abstract of this paper, basically, they have international treaties which recognize the right to abortion and freedom to choose reproduction under the scope of human rights. But these rights and freedom was not granted in the initial conventions. They have been added to the articles with the time. So now, with the change in these dynamics, the MRTP Act, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, also need to be changed. Though it legalizes abortion or termination of pregnancy, it only provides for the grounds on health, humanitarian, and social reasons. But there are certain other grounds which this act, ignores. I'm going to analyze the act and also look into the judgments passed in respect to this aspect, and we will and also give my suggestions and recommendations as to what are the necessary reforms that needs to be brought, and also what are the problems in to bring in this particular reforms. So in India, it's only this Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. Only this is the legislation which governs this legalization of abortion. So prior to this enactment, this was passed in the year 1971. Prior to this, there were no enactments which was legalizing this particular area. So IPC under section 316 and 317, it criminalizes or it provides punishment for any medical practitioner who is involved or who has engaged in this particular aspect. And later, with the recommendations of Saha Committee, this act was passed. The title of this act, Medical Termination of Pregnancy, the title was chosen in a very protective way because the government at that point of time did not want to hurt the feelings of religious rules as well as for the other rules, because it was a very sensitive issue back in 1971. This act has been amended from time to time. It was amended once in 2002, and the recent amendment bill is in 2021. So even despite of the you can look into the salient features of the amendment. It only covers or it only protects the medical practitioners who are engaged into abortion and who are engaged into this particular aspect. But this act is based only on, as I told you, it's based on medical grounds and health grounds of the woman. Pregnancy is not something that is only concerning to the personal health care. It is much more to that. It is basically whether to have a baby or not. It is a personal choice of a woman. This right of women to have a baby or the freedom to choose motherhood has been ignored. This particular legislation, though India, we can see India is much more in the legislation of the Indian legislation when compared to other countries is much more liberalized and is much more towards the progressive society. But still, there are certain aspects which are lagging in this particular enactment. It has been only made legal when there is certain risk towards the mother, or if the pregnancy is an outcome of the any sexual assault or any other instance which will affect the mental health of the woman. And prior to the 2021 amendment, the act specifically says only married women are allowed for this particular for this abortion. But however, with the recent amendment, the unmarried women are also have been brought under the scope of women. The another reason behind why this particular act was passed was to control the growth of population, and also, as I've mentioned, to protect the medical practitioners from section 315 and 316 of Indian Penal Code. Even the judiciary from time to time have given certain progressive and democratic judgments when it comes to motherhood. In Puttaswamy case, back in 2013, it was observed that it is a constitutional right of women under Article 21, which is a part of personal liberty. And in Suchitra Srivastava case in 2009, it was decided by the Supreme Court that women's right to make reproductive choices is the dimension of personal liberty under Article 21. The crucial consideration is the choice of women, which needs to be respected. The recent judgment of Supreme Court in 2022 September, it has given the right for women for her body and anatomy. Whereas we have two judgments from the same Delhi High Court where they have granted for the termination of pregnancy, where in other case they have denied the termination of pregnancy. However, how much ever judgments we have, all these judgments are only they are based upon case to case, and they vary from situation to situation. So, what is the reason why we need reforms in this particular legislation? Is one, as I told you, this enactment, when it was the title itself, it says medical termination. So it was an approach to not to criminalize doctors for performing this activity, or for aborting, or for terminating. And the another one, why the reform is necessary and where I am majorly focusing on, is this does not take a right-based approach. Right to motherhood, choice of motherhood is a freedom which a woman has to choose. This enactment does not focus on the right-based approach. And so is the another particular aspect is the judiciary. Though judiciary has been given judgments time to time, all of them are not, in sync. As I've given you the example where, there is a judgment the judgment given by this Delhi High Court varies in two particular instances. So there is a high possibility, if there is no one particular standardized legislation to govern these aspects, we might not see consistency in the judgment. This is a recent judgment where the Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud has mentioned, every woman's circumstances are unique. A woman in a situation of emergency or disaster may decide to have the child, but it may also impact the choice of women who may think pregnancy is not a viable option to keep. It is prerogative of a woman. This was a judgment in 2022 September. So in my conclusion, I want to suggest some recommendations. The health policies and the health laws which are revolving around pregnancy and motherhood, they cannot treat reproduction as a mere mechanism or as mechanics, and as it is only linked with the status and roles of women in their homes. But the status of women does not, or is not only restricted towards to their household responsibilities, but a woman, she herself is an independent adult and she has to act like one, and she has to be given the rights and freedom accordingly as one. And the reproductive autonomy is a genuine human right, and to set standards for its enforcement, for this we need a right-based approach where right to motherhood is to be a choice for a woman. And also I have mentioned the international conventions, though recognize this freedom of motherhood, freedom of reproductive choice, self-discrimination is not sufficient. We need to have translation to specific situations of dependency, discrimination, and fears that women face. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Do you have any other case studies? You have mentioned only one. That is.
I have mentioned two judgments of Supreme Court. One is Puttaswamy case, another one is Suchitra Srivastava case. And the judgment, this is not yet been cited in the Supreme Court journal. It's only the anonymity is still being maintained. This one is in 2022 September. Yeah, I have these three cases. That's it with me as of now. In this regard, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next presentation, I would like to call Shruti Dhawan. Do we have a Shruti Dhawan here? Or any representative of the same paper? Okay, Monica Yadav, Aishwarya Padmadas. Ma'am, I think we will wind up the presentations, ma'am. We don't have any more presentations. Yes.
Shall I present? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Yeah. Just a minute, please. Sorry, when I shared the screen, my audio is automatically switched off. I cannot rectify the problem. Okay, you conclude it. Okay. I tried so many times, 2 or 3 times. So, but this is the problem.
You can, yeah, without presentations also you can present.
Yeah, just for 3 or 4 minutes. So my subject is related to mathematics, and one of the branch of the mathematics is algebra, and the subtopic of algebra is ring theory. And in ring theory, we have the two types of the rings: associative rings and non-associative rings. So in this paper, I am completely dedicated to only the non-associative rings, and the applications of non-associative rings in recent days are in cryptology also, computer versions and the coding, decoding to telecommunications, satellite, all these things. So, but for the past 50 to 70 years, this subject is in limelight. So today's my topic is derivation alternative rings, but I'm included the another, this one is 1,1 derivation alternator rings. Means, so some identity satisfied, equation satisfied in the derivation rings, and 1,1 rings are the subclass of the another type of the alternator rings. And whenever we take the non-associative rings, so we will prove that by adding some assumptions and conditions, we can prove the non-associative rings are associative. See, to prove the associativity or the commutativity, that is, we have to need so many results also. We have to prove this. But mathematics teaching like this without sharing the screen or without blackboard, it is nobody can understand this one. And moreover, so before understanding these rings, associative or non-associative rings, we must have to know what are the groups, fields, integral domains, all these things. So these are completely depends on the number system, and we can relate, and these numbers are elements to the matrices, vectors, etc. also. So here is we take the derivation rings, and then 1,1 alternative derivation rings, and in that I try to prove the flexibility in the rings and the right alternative rings. So in the alternative rings, there are the two types. One is the right alternative ring and another one is the left alternative ring. So once a right alternative identity is proved in 1,1 derivation alternative rings, automatically it satisfies the flexible law. Once flexible law is satisfied from the another, with the help of the another results, we can prove the right alternatively and left alternatively also. Once these three conditions are properties are satisfied, one is the right alternative, second one is flexible, and third one is left alternative. If once all these three satisfied for these type of the rings, 1,1 ring, then those rings will become the associative. So once associative, then we have the lot of the applications in the computers nowadays, discrete mathematics and telecommunications, that is, and one more important is differential geometry, algebraic geometry, all those things. So with these points only, I want to conclude my presentation.
So without presentations, you have so clearly explained. So I hope, I think without presentation is difficult to follow also.
Yeah. Because mathematics equations, nobody can understand that one also.
Can use this
Only notations, we use notations, that's.
What is the so real-time applications? Can you give me some examples?
Main nowadays, this is in machine learning and this one cryptology. In cryptology, so the main application is very much in the cryptology. Means security, coding and decoding, coding to the telecommunications to satellite, decoding, coding, and like this.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Can you explain with that examples of how you have mentioned about the associated rings?
Associative rings.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because so any people, so without mathematics, people also can understanding the examples for the rings are the integers. Elements are integers, real numbers, and in the place of those, we can replace those by the vectors or matrices like this also. And we can get the matrices images, that is, some elements we get the through this cryptology, we can get the images of the matrices also, and from that matrices we can decode those things also.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyhow, you have very patience to give me the opportunity for the 2 or 3 times.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, the presentations for the sessions are over. We can wind up the session, ma'am. Yes. So I would like to wind this conference by delivering a vote of thanks. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I congratulate all the participants for your active participation and successful conduction of the program. I am grateful to all the eminent keynote speakers and session chairs for sparing your valuable time and words of wisdom. I take this opportunity to express my warm gratitude to IFART team for their sincere support and cooperation. I thank all our ICMESS 2023 organizing committee members for their efforts, and I express my deepest gratitude to all the participants. Thank you all once again. The certificates and the proceedings will be sent to the participants' email ID within 3 working days after the conference. Thank you one and all.